Good? We're good. We are good. I just realized we missed out on a cool number for followers. Yesterday we had 1,234 followers. 1,234. That's pretty cool. Now we have 1,235. That's not as cool. I mean, it is cool, but not as cool. So yesterday we did episode 4 in Phoenix Wright, the Ace Attorney trilogy, and it took way longer than I thought I was going to. It was like 9 hours, man. It was 9 hours, man. It took way longer than I expected it to. Freshly brewed coffee, very good, very tasty. Very dark. So the whole trial was that our, I guess, rival, I was gonna call him Nemesis, but I guess it's not really Nemesis. Our rival, Miles Edgeworth, got himself into a little pickle. Got all pickled up. And he was accused of what else? Murder. He was accused of murder. Twice. Not just once, but twice. Twice accused of murder. Duo murder accusation. And we got him off of both. We proved that it wasn't him either time. He was just set up every time. By the same guy. It was the same guy who perpetrated the setup. Not once, but twice. And we got him off. And then the game was like, you've done well, the end. And then they were like, but wait, there's more. So we got in episode 5. I don't know how long episode 5 is going to take. I don't know if it's just kind of like an epilogue kind of thing. I don't know if it's like a full-on fledged episode. No idea what we got going on here. No idea. So we're going to play episode 5. Not entirely sure. Rise from the Ashes. No idea what this is actually going to constitute. I thought we were going into the credits. I was going to give my, whole review spiel, and then they were like, but wait, there be more. So we're going to check out that more. Episode 5, Rise from the Ashes. I'm kind of annoyed that they don't let you, do an episode select. Maybe once we beat the game officially, they will. Maybe once we do that.
Yeah! Putin on nectar to the max!
Hey man, what's up?
Yo, Supreme Anime with 17 months. Thanks so much, dude. I really appreciate that. Not a whole lot. How you doing? Yeah. Thanks for 17 months, man. That's almost a year and a half. That's really cool. A year and a half is dope. How's life been treating you, man? Happy New Year. Happy New Year. We're here gaming with some Phoenix Wright attorneying. Ah, man. Let's get comfy. Let's get comfy, because we will not be moving for a while. These episodes take like 5 years to get through. They take like 5 years to get through. Alright, let's check out episode 5, Rise from the Ashes. Day 1 investigation. No idea what's gonna happen. I thought we was at the end of the game, and they said, no, there's more game. So let's see more game. There's two? Police station. That person has hair. I do not have hair. I'm jealous of them. I will cut it. I got a new bong, and I'd be honored if you named it. What kind of bong did you get? That's cool. I feel like I got put on the spot. I don't know that I have a good bong name right off the top of my head. I can't think of anything good. You love this game? I've never played through any of the Ace Attorney games. I can't say that I have been like a visual novel person. I own, I think, the first one on Game Boy Advance, the one that we're playing here. And I think I played like 5 minutes of it, and I was like, when does the game start? When does the game start? And then I just kept reading, and I was like, I don't want to play reading the game. So I never played much of it. I think I played like 5 minutes of it, and it was just reading. And I was like, this isn't a game. So I stopped playing it. It's been fun so far. It's been fun so far. It is reading the game, though. I was not wrong when I had my initial reaction to the game oh so long ago. Apparently this came out in 2001. Jesus. I don't think I had it in 2001. I don't think I had it till like 2003 or something like that. 2004, something like that. 'Cause I did not get my Game Boy Advance when they came out. I didn't get one till like 2003. So it probably wasn't until like 2000, like later in 2003, 2004. I got a couple games for it, and we had like this big ass hurricane, and the power went out, and I was like, guess I'm gonna play my Game Boy Advance. So I had like some Dragon Ball game. I don't remember what it was, like some Dragon Ball Z game. I think I had this. I had Boktai. 2004, Green Day was singing about the American Idiot. I had a couple friends that really loved that album. They were like, Greg, you gotta listen to this, and I was like, no, I don't. no, I don't. They were like, yeah, man, you're gonna love it. And I was like, no, I won't. No, I want you to listen to it and then tell me what you think about it. And I was like, you don't want me to do that. You don't want me to do that. You don't want me to. You genuinely do not want my opinion on this. You genuinely don't. You really don't. You really don't. You really don't. My buddy would not leave me alone. He like basically forced me to sit down and listen to American Idiot. And when I told him what I thought of it, he was not happy. he was not happy. And I was like, I told you, man. I told you. First of all, you basically, like, tortured me for an hour and a half. That's fucked up, dude. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Why would you do that to someone you say you like? Torturing folks. Torturing folks. I can't say I have ever been a fan of Green Day. I respect what they have done. And I know American Idiot was very well received and looked well upon. It didn't even like Holiday. I think it's some of the worst music I've ever heard. But it's from a genre of music I don't enjoy. I couldn't sit down and go, damn, man, this is good. I really do not like Billy Joel's voice. I don't think he can sing, and I find his voice extremely irritating. So it's a genre of music that I don't really appreciate, and a singer who I find infuriating. So it's two things. There are definitely genres of music I'm not a big fan of that I can find music in that I enjoy. The proto-punk, whatever you call Green Day. Not proto, but neo-punk. I don't know what kind of like category you put them in, like rock punk, whatever. That's a genre of music I'm just not a big fan of. But then you throw on top a singer that I do not like the sound of their voice. It's just a recipe for disaster, you know. It could be the greatest album of all time. He could have the greatest lyrics that have ever been written and have the most poignant and amazing things to say, and it wouldn't matter to me. Like, it's just horrid noise, you know. Everybody has those like genres of music that they enjoy and don't enjoy, and that is a genre, that 90s genre of like garage punk rock kind of stuff. It's just not for me, man. Rather than saying, you know, it's horrible, it's god-awful music, it's just not for me, you know. I just never got into it. The sounds that they make with their instruments don't jive with the kind of music that I like. I like to think I'm relatively eclectic, but there are definitely genres. I don't mind some punk music. There's definitely some punk that I'm like, yeah, man, that's good. Like, I like some Bad Brains. I'll listen to them, you know. And maybe I'm a little biased because they're a local band. They're from DC, so I got an appreciation for that. But yeah, Green Day just never really appealed to me. They were that whole like fad that they kind of encompass. Just, dude, I grew up in the hood. So it was kind of like one of the furthest things from me, you know? Like I wasn't often exposed to that. And when I was, I always thought it looked so fucking cringy, you know, the styles that went along with it, the music. I just thought it was so cringy. So it just never appealed to me. It never appealed to me. And so when American Idiot came out, you know, I listened to it with my buddy, and dude, he loved it. He absolutely, it was his like favorite thing ever. Like, that's the only thing he listened to. And I respect that. We all have our thing that like we absolutely fall, you know, head over heels with, especially with music. There are albums where you could just sit there and listen to it nonstop on repeat. I've done that with a lot of different music. Green Day just ain't me, man. You're the same with like country, gospel, R&B, bluegrass. Depends on what country you mean. If you mean modern country's more like pop music. I like the old, like more older country music. You know, you're well, you broke my heart. You know, something like Patsy Cline, you know, George Jones, you know, I'll listen to that, you know, Dolly Parton, some old Johnny Cash, you know. I can mess with like a bunch of that stuff. The new country shit ain't really my bag. I've never really gotten into gospel either. I think there's some really pretty gospel songs, but they're about something I don't believe in, you know. So I find it hard to get into that genre of music. But I've heard some gospel songs and I'm like, damn, I kind of like that. Too bad it's about, you know, a fictional character that I don't believe in. No, that's a really beautiful song. Man, that's real nice. I love R&B though. I like some bluegrass too. There's some great R&B out there. Modern R&B, I'm kind of like wishy-washy on. There's some great modern R&B, and then there's some R&B that I don't like all that much, but like older R&B from like, say like the 60s and 70s, you know, soul and shit like that. Yeah, that's my jam. I'll listen to that shit all day long. Bluegrass, there's some good bluegrass out there. There's some good bluegrass out there, especially some modern bluegrass. There's some bands out there that I really enjoy. Spider-Man is a beautiful song. What's that's a song? The only Spider-Man song I know is Spider-Man, Spider-Man does whatever a spider can. He does spider stuff when he can. Look out, is Spider-Man, Spider-Man. That's the only Spider-Man song I know. Was I singing it? That? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the only one that I know. That's the only one that I know from the cartoon. Which I don't ever really think I ever saw the cartoon, which begs the question, why do I know the song? The only Spider-Man cartoon I watched was whatever was the one that came on Fox. That one. The one that came on in the 80s. I never watched that one. Because I don't know how I would have seen it. I think I saw, like, was it The Amazing Spider-Man and His Friends? Was that what it was from? Or was there another cartoon aside from that? So I remember seeing, like, an episode or two, not while it aired, but I think one of, like, our local stations on, like, Sunday morning at, like, 7 in the morning would play like Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends or something like that, whatever that was. I remember seeing an episode or two of that, but I was never like a big Spider-Man person when I was a little kid. I was more Ninja Turtles. I was like, ugh, Spider-Man, that's stupid. I like Turtles. Turtles, fuck yeah. I was a Ninja's Turtle kid. So, yeah, I watched some X-Men. I watched some Batman. I watched some Spider-Man. That was pretty much the extent of it. Yeah, I don't know. I think just because it was like a cultural thing, the Spider-Man song. I must have seen like an episode or something like that. I just don't remember it. I'm kind of curious how I know the song. It's been around for so long, but I want to know, like, when did I learn the Spider-Man song? Like, where did I get that from? What's up, NK? How you doing, homie? I am from the United States. I'm from Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States. Born and raised here. I love my chocolate city. I looked it up. I could watch the Spider-Man show I watched when I was a kid on Disney Plus. Nice. Nice. Was that the Fox show? Yeah, DC's nickname is Chocolate City, thanks to George Clinton with Parliament. Parliament has an album called Chocolate City, and it's about Washington, D.C., and the name just stuck. So ever since then, D.C. has been known as Chocolate City. The one from the 90s. Oh, okay. That's cool that that's on Disney. Well, I guess Fox owned that. And so I would assume that the, like, X-Men show is on there and Spider-Man and all that. What's up, Drifty Swifty? How you doing? Or Hershey, Pennsylvania? Hershey, Pennsylvania is known as Hershey, Pennsylvania. It's named after the... Well, I guess the person that made Hershey. But let's be honest. Hershey chocolate is trash. It's trash. It's trash. When was the last time you ate a Hershey bar? Just a regular old Hershey bar. That shit is disgusting. Hershey make trash chocolate. If it now I don't know, but if Hershey made premium chocolate, like real good chocolate, chocolate that didn't taste like milk chocolate throw up, I'd probably be. Have you ever heard Europeans describe your milk chocolate is unique to the United States. It is otherwhere because we do import it other places, but by and large, milk chocolate is not served around the world. And most people that aren't American that didn't grow up on milk chocolate think it tastes disgusting. I have heard it described as tasting like bile, which is like your stomach acid. And there's a reason for that. I forget the name of the acid that they add to milk chocolate, but it is the same acid that is in your stomach, or at least similar to, which is why a lot of people think it tastes like disgusting. And I was like, this makes sense. This makes sense. I don't dislike milk chocolate. I don't go out of my way to eat it. Look at those fucking mutton chops. Oh yeah, I got some mutton chops. Yeah, we got the handlebar, the mutton chops. Hell yeah. We rocking some good flavor right now. I wanted to see what I look like with a mustache, because I've never just had a mustache. And then I was like, well, let's do the handlebar. That'll be cool. And then I looked at myself and I was like, damn, I'm handsome. So I was like, all right. I guess I'm gonna have some cool ass mutton chops, and I'm gonna have a handlebar mustache. They want their porn shit back? Well, too bad, it's mine now. Too bad, it's mine now, because I look good in it. I look good in it. I can't grow facial hair? Supreme Anime, I don't believe I know your gender. I'm not gonna ask. I don't know whether you're male or female. What you identify as. So, maybe there's a reason for that. You know? Yeah, and not genetics, man. Sometimes it's just genetics too. Sometimes genetics just slap you in the face. Not everyone. I wish my mustache was better. I wish I was able to grow like, you know, a Tom Selleck or a Wilford Brimley mustache. He has some big ass stashes. My mustache has actually gotten darker for a very long time. It was big. I mean, there's still a ton of blonde in my beard. A lot of blonde in my beard. Yeah, it's just in the genetics. Yep. Is why I'm going bald. Fucking genetics. Fucking genetics. I want to be going bald, but I am. Yeah, it's just what happens. You just gotta be like, all right. We always want what we can't have. I want hair. You want facial hair. I'll trade you. If I could have the hair back on my head, I would trade in my beard. I would do it in a second. I'd be like, all right, I guess I'll just be clean shaven for the rest of my life. I can handle that. I haven't seen my face clean shaven in a very, very long time. Since I was a teenager, I have always had facial hair. Always. Once there was a hair that grew on my face, I was like, I'm never shaving that. And I haven't since. I've not been clean shaven, so I'm not entirely sure what my face looks like underneath anymore, but that's okay. I would do it. I would totally do it. I'm not in the state to have to think about how to spell these words. Oh, I know what you're talking about. What should we name? Supreme Anime said that they just got a new bong. And they need a name. What are some good bong names? What are some good bong names? It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day that girl showed up. Oh, that girl, go on. February 22nd, 10:02 a.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. Let's go. Why do I come here to the office every day? Is your job? Not like I want to work. There you are. Finally. Where have you been? Who this? Is she a clown? Is she a nurse? Why she got that big ass bow tie? She wearing a big ass white jacket? What you got on? Are you part of the circus? My sister's trial is tomorrow. Okay, and? What you want me to do about that? Who are you? Doesn't matter who I am, it only matters who you are. I disagree. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. Who that? She did, girl. She did. Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? Nah. I'm sorry, but Ms. Mia Fey no longer works here. So you are the coffee boy? Yeah. I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Actually, if you go back out and you look at the door, it says my name on the door. I got this little placard on the desk that also says my name. You walked into Phoenix Wright's office, not Mia Fey's office. She did. Someone broke in her and killed her right there where you're standing. There's a murder in here. And now she's a ghost. And I see her sometimes. I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Right. Wait! You're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? Yes. That's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief, then. You're better than nobody. Darn tootin'. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. What? I will help this lady. But you are Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney? Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please! I'm out of time! I would say so, if your sister's trial is tomorrow. That's not enough time to prepare. Please, you have to help. It's my sister. Aya? Could it be? Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma Scott. I'm a scientific investigator. That's not a thing. So you're telling me You do science. Okay. I guess that's what all them test tubes are for, all the sciencing you do. And the stickers and buttons and stuff, that's for science too, right? Those are science buttons. Pins. And that's a science a bow that you have. That's a science bow, right? And I'm assuming that's a science coat. This is what scientists wear. This is a science outfit. This is how you science. You have a science badge. You have a science badge. I'm gonna take you back to the school, okay? You need to like fix your education. Alright, little kid. Scientific investigator? Yeah, see, he's also confused by it. Now, I need to show her my lawyer coin. See this? It's my attorney's badge. Ah, well, I've never seen a real one before. You're the first one who's actually been interested in mine, believe me. Its composition is mostly silver. The gold plating is flaking a bit. She analyzed it. Scientifically. Sort of. There doesn't appear to be any corrosion due to sulfides. I'd give you $50 for it. Why does she want to buy it? Are you a metallurgist now, too? Sorry, but it's not for sale. Yeah. I like the cut of her jib. She's hilarious. Emma. Emma, was it? So you're a scientific investigator. Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just you seem kind of jumpy, or maybe just young? Young? I'll be 16 years old this year. Yeah, I'm taking you back to school. I'm taking you back to school. That is very young. You need to be in school. No wonder. See, you gotta get your education. Scientific investigator is not a thing. That's something like 8-year-olds say. When they go outside, they play in the dirt, and you're like, honey, what are you doing? I'm a scientific investigator. And you're like, okay, honey, you keep playing in the dirt. I'm gonna take you back to school so you can finish your education. That's important. Why are you not in school? I'll be 16 years old this year. Yeah, so you're a child. Oh, I see. Wait, only 16? I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. Girl, go back to school. My work is becoming quite well known, at my age no less. So what exactly is your current position then? Well, legally speaking, a student. I guess you'd call me an 11th grader. Get your ass back to high school. But I'm ready to do my job, at my age no less. I got you. You got a lot of gumption. I respect that. Gumption's great. You know, good can-do attitude, fantastic. Get your ass back to school. You're truant. You are a truant, and I will not have anything to do with truancy, and I will not be part of your delinquency either, young miss. Great. Another future professional in training. The case. So, what's this about a case? Said the trial's tomorrow. My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't. Well, I don't know your sister, but I believe you. So, it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. No, she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Right. Suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring Mia Fey, but That's interesting. How would she know Mia? That is interesting. Scientific investigator. So you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up then? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I'll have you know. Can you vote? Can you rent a car? Do you have a job that you have to wake up for at the ass crack of dawn that, like, feels like it's weighing you down more and more every day? Do you have responsibilities? Do you have bills? If you're in grade school, 1 through 12, you're a child. Fuck, man, college kids is children. Get out of here. Them's babies, too. I'm not a child. That's every kid, though, man. I gotta tell you, if I was like 15 or 16 years old and someone called me a child, I probably would have been a little uppity, too. Kids want that respect. They want that respect. What about the Fogginator? I don't even know who the Fogginator is. Reggie Foggenstein? Oh, you mean for your bong? No, that's a high thought. You don't want that one. You don't want that one. The Fogginator? You could do better. You could do better. You keep that thinking cap on. We'll brainstorm. We'll brainstorm. I'm not a child, I'll have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe investigation should be done scientifically. Well, first of all, you're gonna have to figure out what the fuck kind of science you want to do, because scientific investigator is not a thing. You want to get into forensics? Cool. You could totally do that. That's not scientific investigator, though. Don't you? Yeah, sure. Can't fault her for a lack of enthusiasm. This case is handled scientifically. I'm sure my sister's name will be clear. Sister. I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. Does anybody pay us for any of the work that we do? I feel like nobody's giving us money. The relation to Mia. My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school. So they went to the same school, huh? She always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney. And well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia is a woman. Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. Let's see why a man can't be named Mia. Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Okay, so she's 16. Mia was 27, and she said that her sister was a few years older than Mia. So that's like 13 or 14 years age gap. That's not always the easiest to get along because you didn't really grow up together. You didn't grow up close. I mean, not to say that the oldest, and I don't know if she's the youngest or not, but you know, that big age gap in siblings' age until you get older, it could be a big thing, you know? That could be a big thing. It can kind of keep siblings apart, you know? So I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't exactly on, like, the best of terms. Actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Huh? But she's my only family. Damn, okay. So it is oldest and youngest. Yeah. Well, I bet you the little sister really looks up to her big sister. That's usually how siblings are. And when that big sister is so far removed, she probably doesn't give as much of a fuck about her little sister. I get that. She's my only family. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little. You should sound less enthusiastic about that. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, I'm gonna leave now. You should come with me down to the detention center. Go talk to your sister. February 22nd, detention center. Visitor's room. I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. Guard? I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister. No excuses. Or did you not want to raise this year? Understood, ma'am. What was that all about? It's February 22nd. Did I sleep for over a month? Yes. Welcome to February. It's almost the end of February. It's nearly March. What's up, Axeman? How you doing? Hi, Lana. What the fuck is Lana wearing? Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing? Look, I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Are we playing dress up or is this like a real military outfit? Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey, how do you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. I remember an NBA Live game we played against Morning and double teamed him all game and he still scored 71. Big Zoe. I'm sorry. What exactly is it that you do? My name is Lana. Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. Why are y'all prosecutors dressed like goofballs? Y'all goofballs. You want people to take you seriously, right? Why you dressed like a goofball? Like, you got... Do you even have a shirt on underneath that petticoat? My concept was, gotta force his teammates to win. Nah, son, you already said prosecutors. She is a prosecutor. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. You're a prosecutor? Why you got like medals and shit? I won this for loudest mouth. I won this one for prettiest dress. I won this one for for longest trial ever. It was 3 days. What you got medals for? You're a prosecutor. They don't give medals to prosecutors. Great job. Here's a sticker. Like, why? You are going to explain the outfit, right? That's a Hugo Boss court uniform. Yeah, clearly. 2 sisters. 1 a lawyer. This be a coincidence? Emma, Lana. I mean, they're just like... Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? I don't like the way she look at me. Makes me feel weird. The case. There's something you should know from the start. Which is... the suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. Huh? Wait, but the suspect is... me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? The crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 p.m. Dude, I love how fast trials happen here. But also, there's a lot of murder where we are. Like, people be dying, like, all the time. Like, this is not peaceful. Y'all should, like, think about the violence that is happening in this town or city. I don't know what we're in. I need to look up those ribbons her medals are on. Yeah, you should look up those medals her ribbons are on. You should. It's all fictional. It's just for show. It's extravagance. He's like, I'm a prosecutor. Prosecutors are heroes. So we have fought many battles. These are my battle medals. One of them says best in show. The crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 p.m. It's quite specific. It was in the witness's deposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. That was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. The prosecutor's office, huh? In your subordinate's car trunk? Classy. I was arrested on the spot. Caught red-handed, as it were. Well, that's just great. I mean, did you actually do it? Gold tassels mean it's maritime court, and I do not acknowledge her jurisdiction over me. True. The Maritimes have no jurisdiction over the land. That's water law. We're practicing land law. The victim. So, who was the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. You mean you murdered a police officer? Girl, you fucked. You fucked with the police? I can't do anything about this. You dead. You gonna fry. I suppose the correct term is detective. Detective? Death was due to a loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. Dude, getting stabbed in the stomach is a very slow and painful death. Very slow and painful. That's excruciating agony. You just let him bleed out, huh? That takes a while. It takes a while to bleed out from a stomach wound. That shit hurt. By you? Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Yep. Uh-oh. What? Mr. Wright, what does it mean? Well, it means she's hosed. The police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so. This case gets worse and worse with everything I learn. Punisher did that to a dude. He needed him to stay alive for a while, so he stabbed him in the stomach. So you're the chief prosecutor? That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in this district. So you worked with Van Karma in Edgeworth? Good old Edgy Poo? I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in this district. Make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job. Manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. Dude, she's like 28 years old, 29 years old. That's really young. Everybody here is like insanely young for what they're doing. They're like, I'm 17 and I'm the chief prosecutor of the entire planet. And you're like, what the fuck? How did that happen? I guess she's the DA. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. That's an awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible you wouldn't. Oh girl, what happened to your hand? You okay? You want me to kiss that for you? Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this? I cut myself by accident when I stabbed him. You got a little excited with that stab that you did. Oh, let me get you. I get myself too. He was in a frenzied state, got all stabby. So he was all just like swinging the knife all around. You cut yourself. You're like, ah, shit. And then you were like, oh, you saw me cut myself. And then you stab the police officer. It was one of them Klingon blades. I don't know what that is. I don't watch Star Trek. What's a Klingon blade? Do they look cool? I cut myself by accident when I stabbed him, that is. Well, that would mean that your blood is on the scene of the crime then, right? Because if you cut yourself, you bleed, so your blood should be somewhere, right? Huh? Especially on the knife? Not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. Yeah, I guess not. How am I supposed to defend this? Time to change the subject. Wait. She was in the class ahead of me, wasn't she? Can we see? Let's look at some information here. Profiles. So she's 20. So yeah, she's 2 years older than Mia. Mia was 27. She's 29. That's some big success for just being 29-year-old and being like the DA. That's pretty impressive. Can't imagine that happens very often. Double ended with a handle in the middle? Latath or something? And double ended with a handle in the middle? How big is it? Like, is it like something you joust with? Or is it like just a knife that you can wield in one hand that you just... It's like a shake weight, you know? It's like a dumbbell, but with knives on the end. Defendant and chief prosecutor for the district wounded on her right hand. Right. I mean, that's good information. You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Emma told you that too, did she? Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from his office. Well, it seems he has very little in common with Mia. Hey! It was in law school. I was in my 3rd year, and she was auditing the class. She was different than the other students. Different? She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Go on? Excuse me? Intellectually attracted. Lana was the top of her class in school. Yeah, that's what I thought you meant. Obviously. I was the best there was. That was a very specific choice of words that you chose, though. Very specific. You seem very intelligent, and you did use the word attractive. There is a reason for that, miss. You could have used many other adjectives to describe that very specific situation. You did not choose that word willy-nilly. I will get to the bottom of this. And I do mean the bottom. Oh. I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. The adults are talking. Oh look, there's a ball in that corner. Sounds a bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? As you can plainly see, I'm admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say, there's no way you could take this case. None. Everyone that I've defended said that they did the crime, and I've gotten them all off. What do you think's about to happen, miss? What do you think's about to happen? Are we gonna do this? Are we gonna do this? I think so. But, Lana? Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it, Lana. I know. So how can you say you did? Yeah, what's up with all these people admitting to crimes that they didn't do? They're just like, yeah, I totally killed that dude. But you didn't. If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. Oh. Tug at her heartstrings. Mr. Wright? Yes? I believe our discussion here is ended. The rest, I leave to you. Oh, we doing it! You mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed after all. The case is over. Right. I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. First, can I have some of your DNA? I might need to do some scientific investigating, as your sister likes to call herself. Lana has confessed to the crime. Yes. Something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. Something else going on here. I'm gonna find out what. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister. She's not always like that, you know. I'm sure she's pretty down in the dumps since, like, somebody accused her of murder, you know. I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody liked her. I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. I'm not. When I picture people, I always picture them smiling and having fun. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she... well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something there that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay. Oh, she's now my assistant? We got an assistant now? We got a plucky new assistant? Dude, I'ma write Maya, I'ma text Maya and be like, look who I replaced you with. That'll make that little kid jealous. Alright, well, we don't have anything to say to her. So, let's examine our office. Mia's plant, Charlie. I've been taking care of him in Maya's absence. Have I, though? Looks like it's cleaning day again at the hotel across the way. Here they're planning a second branch outside the city. Egads, the bellboy was staring right at me. Egads. Here's a poster of the Steel Samurai on the wall. Maya stuck it up here on the day that she left. I didn't have the heart to take it down. I do sometimes get strange looks from the clients, though. You said you had no clients. Difficult-looking legal books stand in a formidable row. They mock me. I tried reading one and it made my head hurt. When I closed it, it slipped out of my hand, then my foot hurt too. Mia's desk. I'll sit here even less now that I've stopped taking cases. I ought to at least dust it off once in a while. Alright, so let's go moving. Let's go hit up this underground parking lot. February 22nd, prosecutor's office. Underground parking lot. Let's do it. So, this is a lot where it all happened. Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Hey everyone, keep up the good work! Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they are going to be my co-workers 3 years from now, after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes? I'm trying not to stand out too much here, see? Hey there. Expecting to go unnoticed here, partner? Partner? Who are these people? What do we have here? Looks like a Bambina got loose from the ranches and is up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them doggies tied down, partner. Mr. Marshall? Dude, go behind him and then sneak up on him. And if he stabs himself, we can both laugh at him as he bleeds on the ground. Marshall? Looks more like a sheriff to me. Looky here, Bambina. I know how you feel. But this is my gang's gold strike, see? Strike? This is our claim, our territory, with a motherload of evidence. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti's out in the desert dream? You want to? What's this guy talking about? Head along home now. Happy trails, Bambino. What the hell did he just drink? You getting drunk on the job, dude? Give me some. What the hell was with that guy? Was that, Hombre a friend of yours? Kind of. Sort of. Yeah. He's a detective. No. No, that's not a detective. That's a character. He thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West, it seems. Yeah, that's... Like a senator? Look, a door! This must mean something. I'm not sure that doors mean anything. No, it won't open. A mysterious lock. Fail to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? Aha! A ladder! That's a step ladder. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please. Scientific? Huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears. No, my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What is she babbling about? Hey, what did you just say? See? You can hear just fine. The phone's broken. Oh, she's touched in the head. What's this? A wallet? Excuse me, officer. Wait! What are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. How's that scientific? Sounds like theft to me. Wallet hastily stuffed in the pocket. A foldable wallet found at the crime scene. There seems to be something inside. I'm called to duty already, and at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? By the way, her eyes are sparkling. I could tell she's been waiting for this. Okay, now, look at the court record. We have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. Now, let's start examining from every angle. It's 3D? This wasn't part of the main game, was this? This is new, yeah? This was not part of the 2001 game, yeah? Look, I think there might be a clue here. You should check it out. With a press of enter, I don't have enter. I'm using a controller. This is an ID card. Why is it all blurry? Bruce Goodman. Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID number 5842189. Why is that all blurry? See? Well, isn't scientific investigation useful? I guess, though I don't see what science has to do with it. Goodman's ID, an investigator's ID card found at prosecutor's office crime scene. ID number 5842189. Just be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. Guess I've got to be on my toes from now on. I wanted to, like, rob the ATM. This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose? Aha! The theory of relativity. What, gotta write this down. Hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe, you know, was Mr. Relativity German or was he British? Mr. Relativity? Are you sure that was his name? I don't think she's very smart. I really think she needs to go back to school. This wall's in our way. It's got a faucet for water. Wait, I know. This wall is merely a facade hiding the truth. This is no wall, but a water tank. I fail to see how it makes any difference either way. An oil drum. Looks like it's filled with water. It's heavy. I can't even budge it. The drum over here is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide in there and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably just get arrested. In fact, may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. What? I'm not suspicious. Whatever you want to think, kiddo. Look, a stylish glass-walled room. Very nice. You can see the whole parking lot from in there. It says security. Perhaps it's a cafe? Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. I hate to break it to you, but I think that's probably just a security guard office. You know, I scored a 97 on my science test the other day. Yes, your science test. She's in a special class, isn't she? We like to call those kids talented and gifted. Honey, we're gonna take you down and you're gonna get a special education today. We're gonna put you with all the other special children, and you can be special together. Too bad they don't have a test for common sense. Well, no time to waste. Let's get to hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. Sheriff. Like I said before, this here's our claim. You'd best be moseying along unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. Gah! Scary! Easy baby game? I mean, this isn't really a game. It's just like reading book. That's all we doing is just like reading. We read. This is the game that helps you practice reading. What's up, Half-Eaten? How you doing? Yeah, scary. Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car? Oh, well. The little filly's got a good nose on her. You want to know who rides that red Mustang with the body in her saddle, eh? Please. No problem, partner. About time for vittles anyway. Get yourself to the saloon up on the 12th floor of the prospector's office. Might just find you a cerveza you like. Prospector's office? What's this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self: look up Vittles Saloon Cerveza. I do be enjoying me some Vittles. Maybe we should check out room 1202, the High Prosecutor's office. In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you like. Just keep your paws off our claim. Right. Great. Great. Maybe there's some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out. Excuse me? Were you two all set? Us? Does she have food on her head? 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 Last I checked, those were jelly donuts. She's got some jelly donuts on her head. Why she got jelly donuts on her head? Seen neighbor take out a stop sign, like pick it up. Turn my lights off because I don't need that kind of attention. Like they pulled it out of the ground? Or like they drove over it? Did you check that they're up and okay though? Did they run into it like as a people? What's this? She couldn't be... You're selling lunches? Here? This is a crime scene. Is that just a box full of beans and corn? Is she like Here's some food. It's just a box of beans and corn. I thought little Miss Scientific Investigator needed some help. I mean, I like how you divided the beans and corn. That's pretty cool looking, but that's just a box of beans and corn. You know that that's just a box of beans and corn, right? Like, you know that, right? Right, because you put it in there. It's just some you walking around with boxes of beans and corn. They're fine. They're scrambling to hide the evidence they did it. It's Chicago. I don't want to get involved. Less I know, the better. But if it looks like injuries, look at her plot points. I've been known to come out and you want me to call the police? And the answer is invariably no. But still, I took a photo of it. Oh, you never keep evidence. You're just scrambling to hide that they did it. I thought you said Chi-Town. I'm not giving it out. Just proving I didn't hit the sign. You hit the sign. Half eaten over here trying to like pin some stuff on his neighbors. I just did something horrible. I'm gonna get on the internet and I'm gonna tell everyone that my neighbor did it. I think Half Eaten did it. I think I'm calling Chicago right now on my telephone and I'm like, Half Eaten just took out a stop sign. I got evidence. Serial fucking did it. I'm nowhere near Chicago. I maybe did it in DC, but I didn't do it in Chicago. Hello? Half and half, was it? Half beans, half corn. Ain't nobody nobody ordered a bowl full of beans and corn. Get out of here, lady. Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes. Some crunchy goodness coming at you? See, now that looks edible. What the fuck is that? You got some, like, fried shit and then, like, I don't know, some sushi roll thing? I'll eat the fried thing. But you gave the little girl some beans and corn? She probably do need some protein. Get that brain working or something. I saw him take a picture of his crime. Exactly. Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This area is off limits to anyone without clearance. Especially passers-by. Or are you officers? No, but you don't exactly look like the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone. Even if my days as the cough-up queen are over. What? 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 And you're just admitting to it? So you're a performance artist. It, like, is it okay to ask her how she got the name the Cough Up Queen? Or is that just like inappropriate? Because you don't say something like that without expecting people to ask, what the fuck is that about? Right? Right? Like, I'm just saying, I'm probably wrong in my deductions here, but if we analyze the way that she is dressed, which is quite scantily, with the boobs just popping out all over the place, she's just flopping all around, and then she's just like, hi, I'm the Cough Up Queen. Like, I can only come to one singular conclusion. One singular conclusion. And no, she is not royalty. I can only come up with one singular conclusion. And I would like to know the names of the movies that you have starred in over the years. Obviously, because I'm a scientific investigator. It's for science, man. It's for science. For science. Obviously. It's for science. Even if my days as the Cough Up Queen are over. Cough up? Huh? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? Oh, she moved her hair to the other side, and now she's serious. She was all lithe before, but now she's very serious. I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, Cough Up Queen, tell us what happened. You'll have to forgive me for being a little stunned right now. We just discovered that this woman is none other than the Cough Up Queen. So I am a bit taken aback. Silly Sully, thank you so much for that raid, homie. How you doing? How was your stream? What were you playing? What were you getting into? Let me give you a shout out here. Blatow. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for bringing your people over the my people. I genuinely appreciate that. If you're new here, I'm Serial Killer, and we are currently playing through, what's the name of this? Something Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright. Something like that. Something like that. Something like that. What's up, Vic Rattles? How you doing? Well, I hope you guys had a fun time hanging out with Silly Sully. I see you were playing Bloodborne. That's a dope game. Bloodborne's awesome. I had a ton of fun playing that one. That's one of my favorite From Software games. That game is dope as hell. I hope you were having a good time. I hope you were screaming your head off. That game is mean sometimes. Was it your first time playing? Or are you a master of the Bloodborne? Master of the Bloodborne. Welcome on in, everyone. Yeah, we're just we are playing some Ace Attorney. I've never played these games before, so brand new experience. I was laughing my head off first time at this game or at Bloodborne, because you could do both. You could do both. You can laugh at how horribly you're playing the game and how brutal it is while it's kicking your ass. I'm looking at you, Father Gascoigne. That guy's a bully. That guy's a bully. Fucking Father Gascoigne being like the second boss in the game is really mean. That shit is really mean. That is a very early skill check for From Software. They was getting you super early on. They were like, "Oh, so you've been playing the game for 10 minutes. You think you know how to play Bloodborne, do you? Here's Father Gascoigne." And you're like, "Uh-oh. Uh-oh." Gundyr? Gundyr? A joke. Gundyr is a joke compared to Father Gascoigne, let me tell you. Gundyr is a cakewalk. A cakewalk. Beat Father Gascoigne on your second try. Nice, dude. Way to go. He destroyed me, man. He made me cry. He made me cry. For people's souls, first Souls experience, Gundyr is a fucking joke. He's a joke. He's a baby. He's a baby. Gundyr is a cakewalk. 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 That's like jumping on a Goomba, brother. That's like jumping on... That's Mario jumping on a Goomba. Ain't nobody died to Gundyr. I could give that controller to my 6-year-old niece and she would whoop Gundyr's ass. You ain't beating Gascoigne like that, though. Area has nothing in it to learn from. It has plenty. There's enemies. There's plenty of enemies around there. Plenty of enemies. You can learn how to dodge, roll, and attack things. Gundyr's a cakewalk. Cakewalk. Compared to Father Gascoigne. That's a big skill check early on. Where are you at? Lords of the Fallen's first boss. I've played Lords of the Fallen, the original one. I haven't played the new one. I've heard good things about it. I want to check it out at some point. Yeah, I've only played the original too. I've heard good things about the new one. Well, Bloodborne plays very differently than the other Souls games. I came into Bloodborne after playing Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. I think I played Bloodborne after I played 3. So I didn't play Bloodborne when it originally came. I bought it when it originally came out and I rage quit that son of a bitch. Like real early. Like I think there was like a couple of... I just kept getting ganked by enemies and I just didn't know what I was doing in that game. I didn't know what I was doing, and I still did not have my like feet under me when I got to Gascoigne. I did not understand what combat wanted from me in that game. I guess maybe I'm a little too like thick-headed, and I was not entirely sure how to approach Bloodborne. And so I was playing it a lot more like Dark Souls and being way more passive when they want you to be mega aggressive in Bloodborne. Bloodborne basically just wants you always attacking. Whereas you want to be like right up next to the enemy and you just want to be shifting from side to side and just smashing. And that's not what you're supposed to do in Dark Souls, because if you do that in Dark Souls, your health meter goes meow. And so I was still kind of like learning the mechanics, and yeah, Gascoigne was a tough motherfucker for me. The more I learned about the new Lords of the Fallen, the less I wanted to play it. I still haven't Bloodborne, the PC only guy. I really hope that at some point they bring Bloodborne to PC. That would be really nice. That would be really nice. I think that would be awesome. I don't know who holds it up. I don't know whether it's Sony or whether it's From, or if neither of them are interested in it. They keep Sony keeps like advertising Bloodborne and then doing nothing about it. It's like they're just dick teasing people. I don't know what they're doing, man. But it would be nice if they like remastered it for the PS5. You don't need to like remake it. You don't need to give it the Demon Souls treatment. Just give it 60 frames per second, put it on the PS5, give you a nice little port on the PC, and I think we can all be sitting pretty in the city. I would love to play that game again. Lords of the Fallen reboot's really good. Yeah, I've heard very good things about it. I can't get with a timer ticking on me. A timer? What timer? Bloodborne's health regain system's really cool. Yeah, that's called, Oh, it's got a silly name to it. I just blanked on it. I had it in my brain, and then I blanked on it. The Rally, that's it. The Rally system, yeah. A fucking stupid name. So stupid. Has Bloodborne dash, but with a Sekiro parry, and any block or shield not Lords of the Fallen reboot also has Bloodborne health regen system on attack? That's cool. Elenia's Rune lets you do that gray health recover? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? The time you spend in Dust, the Shadow World? Oh, I didn't know that there was like a timer for when you were in like the other dimension. The doll in Bloodborne's all you're saying? You got a crush on her too? Dude, let's go, Liberator. Who doesn't have a crush on the doll? I mean, why else would they put that in there? For the perverts. It's for the perverts. How you doing, Liberator? Emerald Herald. Still need to go back to Hellpoint and Mortal Shell. I've never played either of those. I've never played either of those. I think you talked about Hellpoint. Mortal Shell did not look good. I watched some people play some Mortal Shell, and it did not look very entertaining. So I was like, nah. The things Gehrman did to the doll, we do not speak of what Gehrman did to that doll. Gehrman is a fucked up dude. Gehrman is a very fucked up individual. You know he had cabin fever, and you know he did some nasty shit. You know that guy's twisted in the brain. He ain't right. That boy's not right. Majula theme is the best theme? I call everywhere Majula. I call everywhere. Your hub world in every game is Majula. Is the only thing that I can think of. Anytime you get back to a hub, I'm like, oh, it's Majula. Did they have names in the other games? I'm sure they did. Like, what was it called in Dark Souls, and what was the one called in Demon Souls, and what was the one? Firelink, right, Firelink Shrine, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why, I always call him Majula, that just, like, stuck in my head for some reason. Mortal Shell seems so clunky, yeah, but you got it free, right? Hellpoint had some interesting weapon affinity stuff, but I was mostly liking the setting and the visuals. It does look cool. Hellpoint does look cool. I like the idea of being in some, like, weird, twisted sci-fi spaceship. I think that's a cool idea. I always called my hub base Firelink no matter the game. I get that. I call all the currencies. I call all the currencies souls no matter what the game is. I forgot my souls. They're not souls. They're runes. No, they're fucking souls. You're a moron. They just misspelled it in this game. A lot. I've definitely confused a lot of people by being like, yo, how many souls you got? And they're like, what the hell are you talking about? It's souls and bonfires. Yeah, exactly. Dark Souls ruined it. I gotta find my bonfire. I don't even know what the crystal things are called in Elden Ring. No fucking clue. I know they're runes, but I don't know what, like, the little crystal things are called. No fucking clue. They're bonfires. Grace, that's it. Graces. Nope, it's fucking bonfire. What the hell do you mean? Souls and bonfires. Sites of grace. Nope! Bonfires. Y'all are wrong. Bonfire. Bonfires. The hell is a grace? Exactly. What is it? What even is that? What even is that? When I started Elden, it was absolutely souls and bonfires. What's what are they called in Bloodborne? You've got the lampposts, right? And then I don't remember what those are called. What's the currency in that one? But over time I started calling them the right one. Man, I can't be bothered. Echoes, that's it. Echoes, yeah. Echoes. I would never remember that. I would never remember Echoes. Blood Echoes, right? Yeah, I would never remember Blood Echo. Those are fucking souls. Yep. Yep. I definitely called them lamps. I definitely called them lamps, but I don't think I ever called them echoes. I think I always called them souls. Gotta go get some more souls. Gotta farm for Estus. You gotta farm for blood vials. I like the fact that you can replenish while you're on the go. I think it's a really cool mechanic, but fuck, man, if you suck and you end up in a deficit, man, having to farm for souls, echoes, and then go get blood vials. I mean, I guess you could do both at the same time. Some enemies drop blood vials. That's just a pain in the ass. If you suck at video games, like I do, you end up having to form it. That was my only complaint about Bloodborne, was having to do that. It's nice being able to have like an infinite supply in Dark Souls, where you die, or you get to a bonfire, you rest, and boop, you got all your shit back. That was definitely that is the definition of get good. You don't want to waste your consumables in Bloodborne. Get fucking good, son. And your bullets. Your bullets are limited as well. So you had two currencies that are very vital to your success. Very vital. There were only a couple times that I had to do it. One was at the DLC's final boss. I don't want to spoil anything for Silly Sully there. I don't know how they feel about spoilers. But one was at the final boss to the DLC. And there was another boss that was just taking me for the loops outside of Gascoigne in Bloodborne, that absolutely like destroyed me, and I was just like, yep, I guess we're gonna be here for a while. And so I had to farm twice. I always made sure to buy, like, I would have enough, like when you would like beat a boss or something, or get enough to like level up and shit like that, I would always try to keep like a little bit in my back pocket, so I was always constantly buying more blood vials. So I rarely ran out of them, except like if I got like stuck on a boss for a while, and there were a couple of instances where I was just like, yep, I guess we're gonna go farm for a little bit. The day I call real world money souls is the day I've gone too deep. Yeah, I don't think I'd call real world money souls. That's monies. That's monies. That's monies. That's real monies. Them's dollary dues. Dollary dues. That's Australian, right? Dollary dues. We got our dollary dues. You're at McDonald's. Your total today will be 1139 souls. What? I don't know that I got that. Hold on, let me go murder something. Dude. I mean, technically, you could go slaughter people and take their wallet. But then you committed murder. So, off to jail with you. And then Phoenix Wright. Oh, full circle. Dollary do makes it sound more fun. It does make it sound more fun. Pardon me? Excusez-moi? It's okay, just rest. They'll be back alive again. just fall asleep. Hold on. I got you, dude. Don't worry. I know I just stabbed you a lot. I'm gonna take a nap right now. You're sleeping on the floor of a McDonald's, sir. Sir, this is a Wendy's. I'm sorry, sir. This is a Wendy's. This is a word. No, I got this. You wake up, you're in the back of a police cruiser. What the fuck? Unless you're in Dark Souls 2, your 12th time though. Oh, it must be. It's always somebody's 12th time. It's always somebody's 12th time. I've died 11 times already, IRL. Next times it's for keepsies. We in trouble. Take those dark reindeer out. That is hands down the worst enemy in all of Dark Souls games. Is Horsefuck Valley. Fucking hate that place. I like Dark Souls 2. I do not like stupid reindeer. No one likes that area. No one likes it. There's not a single person on the planet that went, I like this. No one. No one. No one. Not a single human being goes in there and goes, my, this is lovely. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes that. It's a whiteout, and you just have giant fucking unicorn reindeer horses just ripping your shit apart. It's horrid. It's horrid. And then at the end of it, you're like, oh, cool, I'm gonna fight this kitty. 2 kitties! That place, whoever designed that place was angry that day. Was very, very angry. Had a vendetta against gamers. Whoever designed that was very, very angry. Very angry. There is some rough areas in a lot of the From Software games, but whoever designed that one was especially angry that day. At least you can see them, not before they're bearing down on top of you. When you can see them, you're just like, oh my god, I'm dying. Where did half my health go? That's when you can see them. Oh, the bosses? Oh, because like the reindeer are white and the background is pure white. Yeah. Yeah, they're black. They're black. Don't they have some sort of like dark miasma like running around them? Yeah, they definitely stand out for sure. They suck too though. They suck too. Magical fucking tigers and their lightning, exactly. Magical fucking lightning tigers. Yeah. They suck too. That whole area sucks. At least you get to ride a cool toboggan. At least the best part of it is you get to ride a toboggan there, and then it sucks forever. Oh god, man. Yeah, that is I like Dark Souls 2, but I will agree that is the worst area that has ever been put in a Souls game. And Shrine of Amana isn't much better, though. Shrine of Amana kind of sucks, too. Anytime you get in a coffin in the Souls game, you know what you did. Yeah, you know what you did. Shrine of Amana is kind of a butthole, too. I don't like that place either. That one's not fun. Okay, so Dark Souls 2 has 2 areas I really don't enjoy. Shrine of Amana and Reindeer Fuck Valley. Those are ass. Shrine of Amana isn't as bad, though. Shrine of Amana isn't as bad. Wrong step. Yeah, there's some pits there. There's some water pits there. You do have to be mindful about where you're walking. You do. But it's not as... I don't think it's as bad. But it is annoying. Those wizards that... Iron Keep isn't that bad. Iron Keep is... I mean, Iron Keep is no different than like any other like poison area. I don't think Iron Keep is that bad. That one doesn't bother me that much. It's brutal from straightforward. Yeah. All the Souls games have their like poison areas. Though Dark Souls 2 does like to poison you a lot. They do like to poison you a lot. That's kind of their jam. I have never played the vanilla version of Dark Souls 2. I would like to do that at some point. I don't exactly remember. I've only played through Dark Souls 2 twice, maybe 3 times. But I've never played through the vanilla one. Never beat that. And I would like to do that at some point. People have their preferences. Some people like Scholar the first sin. Some people like vanilla. But I've never beat vanilla. Oh, it's the lava area. Oh. Oh. I don't know what I was thinking of. No, I don't think Iron Keep is too bad then. Yeah, I remember the lava area. Never played 2 or 3, but got to about Seath, the scaleless in one. That's a fun one. That's a fun one. That area can be rough. That's fun. That's way far. It is. That's getting close to the end. That is getting pretty close to the end. The library. Yeah, that is getting really close to the end there. You beat Biggie Smalls. Why you calling Smo Biggie Smalls? Messed up. That's messed up. That's messed up. I disagree. I disagree. I disagree. Yeah, I mean that's one of the hardest fights in Dark Souls is the Ornstein and Smo fight. That fight is tough. That fight is real tough. That's no joke. Ornstein is Smalls? No, Biggie Smalls is one person. When you beat Smo, he becomes big. And before you beat him, he is also big. It has to be Biggie and Smalls. You can't just call it Biggie Smalls. It has to be Biggie and Smalls. Ornstein is not small. Bad analogy. There are like 4, and now the true Dark Souls begins in Dark Souls 1. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of them. Beat Orn and Biggie Smalls becomes bigger Smalls. He kind of does. They both do. They both get giganticized. That's a tough moment. That's a tough moment. I was screaming my head off. I was like, 2 bosses? 2? You want me to do 2? And then you beat one of them, and you're like, oh no, he gets bigger. I was on that fight for fucking ever, man. I don't know how long it took me to beat Ornstein and Smo, but first time I was there a long time. It does teach you some things. Like, when you are done fighting Ornstein and Smo, as long as you don't cheat and summon people in, you actually learn something from that fight. You actually learn something from that fight. Like, you are a better player when you finish that fight. You genuinely are a better player coming out of that fight. So, while it might be infuriating, and it can be super frustrating at times, and maybe feel a little tedious, you do become a better Souls player after you play that fight. As long as you don't cheat. As long as you don't cheat. Because summoning in any Souls game, as we know, is cheating. Using in-game mechanics is cheating. Clearly. Clearly. Yes, but we know that you're a known cheater, Axeman. We know that you cheat. Easy baby game. So is seamless co-op in Elden cheating? That is the highest order of cheating. That is the highest order of cheating. You're modifying the game to cheat harder. I would love to do a seamless co-op in Elden. I think that would be really fun. I would love to do that. I think that would be really dope. I'm a nasty cheater then. I think it would be really fun. I would never do that. I mean, there's no wrong way to play, you know, a From Software game. However you want to play it, Elden Ring was made super accessible. They put in so many mechanics to make the game easier without, like, but they're optional mechanics. I think that's great. I think that's fantastic. I think that's fantastic. And it's kind of unfortunate that they still feel a little backwater with their co-op design, and I think something like seamless co-op definitely should have been a natural part of Elden Ring. Shit, I feel like it should be a natural part of all the From Software games that allow co-op. I think that's really good stuff, and I think that's how it like really should be implemented. I think seamless co-op is really dope. DLC so hard. I have not played the DLC yet. I've been waiting for it to go on sale. I have not seen it on sale. I saw that it was on sale and I missed my opportunity, and that was my fault. So I just gotta wait for it again. But I'm gonna do the DLC at some point. You can't get Lucatiel's love without summoning her? Who the fuck is Lucatiel? I spend so much time heal tanking with the aggro ring for the Twin Princes in DS3. That's a hard fight. You'll get and you'll love it if you love the challenge. I'm a moron. I'm a moron. Like, for like the first day that I played Elden Ring, I was basically doing like a soul level 1 run. Like I got to oh god, who's Morgan Blorgan, the Elden Ring, the right before you get into the first castle, there's God, what is that boss's name? He jumps down, he's got the big hammer and shit like that. Margit. Yeah. I got into Margit at like level 2. I was a level 1. I was the foul tarn. Yeah, whatever. I was like the level 1 walking around in my underwear with a hatchet. And I wandered into Margit and I was like level 2. And I fought Margit at like level 2 with a level 1 axe for like 5 hours. And everybody in chat was like, oh my god, leave and come back. And I was like, but they let me come here, so clearly I can do this. People were so angry at me, but I had a good time fighting him. We beat his ass. And then I ended up fighting one of those like star fallen bull ants at like level 5. You know how you open up chests and you like magically get warped somewhere? I got warped into that stupid fucking dungeon and you can't get out. So I was like, I guess I gotta fight the boss. Dude. We fought that stupid bull ant for fucking ever, man. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind getting challenged. I don't mind getting my shit pushed in. It took me 15 hours, I think, to beat Melania. Because I fought her like a moron. I got to Melania, and I was like, okay. I think I was playing just two-handed. I had the golden halberd, you know, from the first tree sentinel you fight. And once I got the golden halberd, I was like, that's my weapon. That's the weapon I'm using. So, like, I rushed, you know, to get enough strength so that I could, you know, wield it. And I was like, maybe I'll do it one-handed. And then I saw how, like, punishing it was as a bonker two-handed. And I went, okay, we're two-handing this. So I spent the entire game dual-handing the golden halberd. And it was delightful playing that way. I loved it. We were big bonkers. We got to Melania, and I was like, I think I need to block. So I started using, and it's the dumbest thing that you can possibly do, is start wielding a new weapon. Start wielding a new weapon on a really hard boss. That's the dumbest thing you could do, because now you have to learn a brand new move set on a new boss, and it was a really stupid decision. So I spent like a day like fucking around, like single stance, you know, single-handed wielding and blocking and shit, and I was just like, dude, I just wasted an entire day just fucking around on Melania trying to, like, block her shit when I shouldn't be blocking her shit. I need to learn how to dodge waterfowl. Waterfowl is, hands down, the worst attack that From Software has ever put in a game. And I still think, even though I can beat Melania with not too much trouble now, I still think waterfowl needs to be nerfed. It's not. It's a terrible fucking attack. It is a god-awful attack. It's a fucking horrible attack. You know? And so I spent a long time trying to, like, deal with that. Yeah, oh, you can learn how to, and that's what I did. That's what I did. The next day, I spent an entire stream just getting my shit pushed in by her, trying to fight her in a way that I was just not comfortable with. And I went, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go back to, you know, dual-handing my golden halberd, and I'm going to learn how to dodge waterfowl. And after that, it was nothing. After that, it was nothing. Like, I was just like, okay, I got this. You can still be caught off guard by waterfowl, and it can still completely fuck you over, whether it's in phase 1 or phase 2. You could just be in a really bad spot, you know, and shit can go wrong. And sometimes, because the arena is, you're like in a pit, so you have elevation in the arena, sometimes you could just be in the wrong spot, and you can dodge the way you normally would, and you can still get caught by waterfowl, which kind of sucks. So if you're not in, like, a good, decent position, you can still get got, you know? Wouldn't be so bad, except she could do it at the end of a combo. Yeah, but you still have time. Like, she can do waterfowl at the end. She can go in a flurry, and then, but she levitates up, so you know that it's incoming. You still have time to prepare for it. It's never just she's doing a combo and then it's immediately into waterfowl. You still have a moment. She still has to raise into the air and do waterfowl, you know? But yes, you can be caught with your pants down, and, you know, I've definitely been in a position where, like, I was going into attack and now I have no fucking stamina. I've definitely been in that position. I think we all have. Waterfowl is just a bad attack. I think that they needed to, like, adjust that more. Had it taught you to use a consumable and not have that secret knowledge forever. Oh, you mean like throwing whatever the pot is at her to knock her down from waterfowl? Didn't they nerf that? Didn't they nerf, like, being able to knock her down? The perfume? Yeah. Didn't they nerf that? Because I felt like that was early on something that you could do, and then they, like, adjusted it. Can you still knock her down from it? I stalk you, not the other way around. Only some attacks. Right. I knew you could, like, throw, like, projectiles at her early on and it would knock her down, and I was like, you know what? But that makes sense. Like, that would totally make sense. I feel like that should just be a thing. If she goes up to do waterfowl, you should absolutely be able to knock her down. She gets super armor, but I feel like that would actually be really cool. Use a frost pot. Yeah, that was it. The frost pots. Yeah. Yeah, that was it. It was the frost pot that people were throwing at her. I feel like they nerfed that. I don't remember, because I haven't played Elden Ring in a while now, but I remember people using it. Like, a full charge bolt of Grand Sax can knock her down, and the sword from Reichard can do it too. Really? The sword from Reichard? How does the sword from Reichard do it? Tish can knock her down? How does Tish knock her down? What move does she have? I used Tish for a while in my, like, second or third playthrough. She has a big jump attack. Oh, okay. I used her a bit. I was, like, messing around with the summons in my, like, third playthrough, and I was using Tish, and I think I used the squids a lot. The little jellyfish. I guess they're not squids, they're jellyfish. I use them. I like the dogs too. I use the big dog duo as well too. And then everybody kept being like, use Mimic Tear, use Mimic Tear, use Mimic Tear. So I started using Mimic Tear. Mimic Tear is fucking... That's broken. Mimic Tear is really good. That's easily the best summon that you have. Easily. That is hand. There's nothing. Tish is a lot of fun though. I like Tish. And I like the dogs. I like the jellyfish. The jellyfish don't really do anything. But I like them just hanging around. It's fun. I want every game to have a Mimic Tier, like racing games and shooters. Well, some racing games do. It's called your ghost. And you're racing against your ghost. Mario Kart has ghost races. You can literally race against your ghost. That's a Mimic tier. Tish can dodge just enough to avoid feeding Melania free health. I mean, your Mimic tier does fine too. She's the thing with a summon in Melania's fight is you're not having that person fight for you. You're just using them as a distraction so you can get in some extra hits. If your summon getting hit is your cause of the boss taking too much health off, you're not fighting Melania right. Like, if Melania's health regen is preventing you from winning the fight, you are not fighting her correctly. Her health regen is a non-factor. Is a absolutely non-factor. I remember hearing people complain about the health regen on Melania, and I got to her and I was like, this isn't a problem. This isn't a problem. Her health regen is literally a non-factor in that fight. It should not be a problem in the fight. You know, even if she hits you a bit from waterfowl, like say she catches you off guard and she gets a little bit of health from waterfowl, that's not the end of the fight. That's just, okay, you have to hit her once or twice more and you're good, you know? Exactly. Should way outclass any sort of healing that she has by that time. Exactly. Unless you're doing like a soul level 1 run, then I totally get that. Like if you're doing like a minimum level run, whether it's soul level 1 or you're trying to keep yourself under leveled intentionally for the challenge, that's different. That's way different. But if you're just naturally playing that game, the healing should have absolutely, that health regen from her attack should have no effect on your fight. She's way more likely to just kill you than heal up. Exactly. She'll delete your entire health bar before the healing actually has any sort of factor. For sure. Yeah. I remember people complaining about the fact that she absorbed your health, and I was like, I wonder how that's gonna work. When I got to her, I was like, oh, this is nothing. It's not really a factor. Sure, so you have to hit, maybe she gets a handful of lucky hits in on you. So you have to hit her one more time. I mean, it could be life and death between that one time or not, but it really shouldn't be that big of a factor. You could block and she healed, but you can block. That's the thing. You can block, and blocking actually can help you in that fight. Blocking actually can help you big. It can save your ass. Blocking can save your ass in that fight. You do need the stamina for it. You know, if you're gonna block something like waterfowl, yeah, you do need the stamina. And sure, she does get a little bit of health, but again, that little bit of health is not that big of a factor. It's not that big of a factor. So you absolutely can block her. Blocking is not that big of an issue. You can block, you can dodge. You got to mix it up a little bit. When I was using my golden halberd, I brought out a shield, and I was getting to her, phase 2 with the shield. It's just using the shield just sucked for what I was trying to do. Yeah, her getting health back is, you're not fighting that fight well if you're complaining about her healing. The health regen is very much a non-factor, whether you're dodging her attacks or whether you're blocking them. It's a non-factor, man. It's a non-factor. All right. We have sat here and chatted long enough about you can't just block. I don't know what you mean by that then. You mean you can't just sit there and hold the block button and not attack? I mean, that would be any fight. We talking games though, so it's cool. For real. Hey, you can't sit there and block just any boss. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're playing Melania super cautiously, then yeah, you're fucked. If you're just sitting there and you are just blocking and you're taking pot shots at her, yeah, she'll probably get all her health back. If you're not doing anything to continue to put pressure on her, then yes, you could conceivably fuck yourself if you're just being extremely cautious against her, I guess. Like, you face tanked everything in the entire game with like great shields or something like that, you know. If you did it that way and you just kind of face tanked bosses by, you know, using a great shield, yeah, I could. That might be the one instance where I could see you. Yeah. You might be a little fucked in that one. You might be a little fucked. Please, cough up queen, tell us what happened. The name is Angel Star. She was a porn star. Don't you go forgetting it. You don't have a name like Angel Star and a nickname, the Cough Up Queen, if you ain't doing the nasty. If you ain't doing the nasty. Or, before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Yes, ma'am. I mean, master. Mistress? Mistress? Do I call you mistress? Is that it? Yes, mistress. I don't like the way she looks at me. It makes me feel small. Please don't look at me like that. Angel Star, what did her parents think she was going to do for a living? They knew. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Yes, ma'am. Yipes. She means it. See, and Phoenix knows what's up, too. He plays that game. Oh, and now her hair went back. I want you to be the commanding mistress again. Please be that one. Not the weird, like, beans and corn lady. Oh, no. Did my batteries just die? Don't be the weird beans and corn lady. Somehow, I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I know that the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. I mean, you make it, right? Destiny? Was yesterday special for some reason? Yeah, my batteries died. I got to put in new batteries. All right. Destiny? Was yesterday special for some reason? I went back to Wired. I want to do Wired. I hate having to replace batteries in this. I can't. All the little USB connectors, these are all like fucked up in some way. They have like some sort of like short in it. They've all become loose. I can't, like, if I move it all, it's just disconnect, 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 disconnect. I can't do it. I'm not paying, you know, $80 for another controller just to do that. I guess I could use my PS5 controller. But all my PS4 controllers, all my Xbox One controllers all do the exact same thing. I don't think it's the USB cord. It could be. I mean, but it happens with like all the USB cords that I have for it. So I can't. I hate having to play wireless. I love having to play wired. I don't ever want to have to put batteries. I have rechargeable batteries at least, so at least I'm being a little bit more conscientious about things, but I hate being wireless. I'd rather be wired. I hate having to change batteries. I wish I didn't have to do that. Your phone's having recharge plug issues like that now? You gotta make sure it's plugged in perfectly after setting it down. Yeah. I hate that. So I have played, you know, with these controllers plugged in, but seriously, like if I make any small movement, it's just like dun dun, you know, and you can't play games like that, you know, especially with how wild. I can't sit still, you know, so all my gesticulating, you know, I gesticulate too much. I like that word, gesticulation. I gesticulate too much, so it wouldn't work, you know. It doesn't fly. It doesn't fly. I wish I could play wired in. Too animated. Yeah, I'm like a fucking cartoon character. Couldn't you tell? Can you not tell? You not tell? Well, fuck a cartoon. You are an excitable boy. I am. I'm quite excitable. I'm quite excitable. You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of iniquity. Why are you talking like that? What's up? Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms at all about blackening the names of innocents. They don't, do they? I like you. They fucked you up, didn't they? She likes big words too. I like this lady. And yesterday, they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. Is that where all her little medals were? She got King of Prosecutor? So she's saying. There was some sort of prosecutors convention yesterday. I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. She a freak. You have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the cough-up queen. Oh, she's a snitch. She coughs up evidence because she's a snitch. That's what it is. I still like her, though. Ew! The most heinous of all the evil ones. The one they awarded yesterday. It was in his car that they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Really what? I'm totally confused. Oh, remember, she said it wasn't in her car, though, so it wouldn't have been, what was the sister's name? Belinda. Lana. It wouldn't have been, she said it was in one of her subordinates' cars, right? So, and she said the King of Prosecutors. Well, wouldn't have that been Von Karma? Wouldn't that have been the king? Wasn't he, like, the one that literally never lost? Wouldn't that have been one of her subordinates? Really? What? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear. This lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. Yeah, fucking prosecutors. So what exactly was it that you witnessed, Ms. Star? Oh, she got 2 R's. It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. I now feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. To see Lana Skye wield that knife so... Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to this world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. And the rhythmic beat of Lana Skye's knife. Wait a second, you know Lana Skye? Of course. It's quite a feat, becoming chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? Why do you call your own lunchboxes sin? Are they evil? Do you give people evil things? Can I have some evil things that you give people? I hope it's not herpes. She always travels light. Now, why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Angel. Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Ms. Star? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No. Only true connoisseurs can understand. She is a lady of high class, as you can tell. She's wearing donuts on her head. High class. The kind you can only tell someone who has tried General Tso's trilobite lunch set. I don't think I want to eat a trilobite. Never mind. You win. Didn't even want to appreciate part of a trilobite's flavor. I don't either. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Boyfriend! Damn it. The freaks are always taken. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass-walled booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway. I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. So, to scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Ms. Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis. Not. She can't hear us. Who's that for? Prosecutor's office. Did you have a bad experience with the prosecutor, Ms. Star? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Ha! Perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kinda like 10-day-old clams in the chowder. I wonder if Ms. Star was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be a sure cause of food poisoning, scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking, cough up queen. I thought she was just a lunch vendor. I'm not so sure. I don't think she's just a lunch vendor. Let's show her this ID. About this card. Lunchland vendors only accept cash, no cards. Especially not a card belonging to someone else. No, this isn't a credit card, it's an ID card. It belongs to a detective. And you're showing this to me, the lunch lady? Why? It's like showing a fine honeyed ham to a detective. Why do I always feel like I'm being mocked? Okay, check this out. This is my lawyer coin. A defense attorney must be able to fight. How about you? Do you think you can win? How about tackling Lunchland's pickled supreme lunchbox? Is that just like a shit ton of pickles in a box? Is that rice? Is that rice and pickles? I'm good. Wow, it's really crunchy. Don't eat it! A box of pickles? Kind of a sad lunch if you ask me. That's what I'm saying. Alright, out of my way, lady. Wait, I can't look at the... I can't look at the other side? What happened here? I guess we don't get to examine. I wanted to look over at the car and all that. We can't look at that anymore. Those rounds of ginger. There's no ginger. Lie. February 22nd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Oh. This is the kind of room that just screams, I can do the job. Quite a change from your office, really. Thanks. That was rude. Look, there's a trophy or something here. A trophy? What, that shield? It takes real nerve to display stuff like this. Whoever's office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk. What if it's your sister's? Phoenix Wright. Never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice. Long time no see. Edgeworth. Huh? Ah! Mr. Edgeworth! You know him from somewhere? Of course. I'm his biggest fan. My sister introduced us once and... Right, her sister's the chief prosecutor after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. You are a real stuck-up jerk, you stuck-up jerk. Jerk. No. Did I? No. It was just Mr. Wright here, Hey, don't blame me. We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder? A body was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot. That would be my car. What of it? Of course it's your car, you jerk. What? Your car? I'll say one thing, she certainly can scream. We gotta talk to this pomperoni douchebag? The case. So the body was found in your car? Go ahead, say it right. You think I did it, don't you? No. I didn't go finding you innocent twice in one day just to accuse you of this, you poop face. After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait, no, she didn't do that. I mean... Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister then? Yes, sir. Emma Scott. It's nice to meet you again. Now that didn't sound forced at all. Ah, now I remember. You've really grown. I'll admit, it was a surprise for me too. To think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can understand. Wait, what did you say? Lana Skye is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. You? Mr. Edgeworth? I don't think he should be involved in the case considering the fact that the body was found in his car. Like, and it's his boss. Like, shouldn't they find somebody else? From, you know, another office? Another district? Shouldn't that be how it is? Because everybody is, like, way too close to it. They dumb in this game. They real dumb. Edgeworth. To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there's some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy! Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life. Impossible to stop. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. I think it's funny. Toys? The bronze shield? There's gotta be a story behind that one. Lana Skye? Chief Prosecutor Skye? Yes, we first worked together on a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago. I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then, why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed them with my knife. What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon? Yeah, he definitely should not be the lead prosecutor in this. He shouldn't be anywhere near this case. To be specific, it was the knife I keep in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Edgeworth's knife. The murder weapon, usually in Edgeworth's toolbox. Traces of victim's blood. No prints. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on, can't he take a joke? You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. You gotta poke and prod your friends. Alright, let's investigate his office. I've been wondering, what the heck is this? There's a big K on it. For Colonel. Of prosecutors. Huh? What's that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. King of Prosecutors? It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. How is he the best prosecutor? I beat him in all his cases. What? So? So that K, that's... K stands for king? Yeah, you got a problem with that? I didn't design the thing. He also was accused of murder. Twice. King of Prosecutors. Kinda like Employee of the Month, only better. King of Prosecutors trophy. Given to Edgeworth, King of Prosecutors, at the PD on the day of the murder. What's the PD? Police Department. I don't know what PD is. What does PD stand for? You can't just give an acronym without describing what the acronym is for. I don't know what... PD usually means Police Department. Mr. Edgeworth has such a comfy sofa. Sofas like this make me want to curl up and take a nap. Betty pores over his case files here until the wee hours of the morning. Then he takes off his jacket, rolls up his sleeves, and goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow. I don't believe it. She's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working. I bet in the morning he has sofa hair and little creases in his cheek from the seams. He's so cool. Sofa hair is cool? Someone's got a crush. So that's the King of Prosecutors shield, huh? Well done, Edgeworth. You must be proud to be King of the Prosecutors. Congratulations, King of Prosecutors. Please stop saying that. It still doesn't explain one thing. Why is the tip of the shield broken off? I thought the shield was just funnily shaped, you know, so you could, like, stab over the shield with the K. Wow, this jacket's even lacier than his usual ones. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket, right. I've never seen him wear it. Sure, there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. I'm just getting way too excited about this. My, what an amazing bouquet. Just right for Mr. Edgeworth. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead, Wendy. Wendy? I've heard that name somewhere before. And beside it, a giant steel samurai. Wow, I want one. Huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place. Wendy. Wendy? Is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiance? I was gonna say, wasn't she the security guard? I don't think so. She had a big old crush on him, though. A work desk. It's quite tidy, as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can see my own reflection. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't, he'll sue you. Do it. I think it's a good idea. Whoa! What a view! It must be nice to have an office on the 12th floor. I guess you would feel important. Incidentally, for you to jump out this window, the time until impact with the ground would be... Got it! Approximately 3.23 seconds. It's handy to know. That might actually be handy to know. I don't know. We could need math numbers. I don't know if that's actually right. She seems to just, like, make things up, but... Whoa! These are all case files? They're stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Odd. I thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. Must have someone get them for him. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? He must study these case reports so closely. He's so cool. You wouldn't say that if you saw him sweating bullets up on that ladder. Hey, a chessboard. I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like Blue's in a bit of a tight spot. Hello? Blue? 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 On a chessboard, you say? Blue? 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 On a chessboard. Blue? The Red Knights have surrounded the blue pawn. This is just a farce. This is a damn farce. Blue and red. Huh? Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have real sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges. Surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing. Oh, there was something here. Oh, cute! What a pretty tea set. That's what I was trying to click on before. I go more for the instant tea bags myself. Amazing! The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend! What an exquisitely splendid concoction! There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Hey man, check out this badge. I once dreamed of being a defense attorney a long time ago. What? You want to be a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth? Yet my path is laid out clearly before me. I have no time to reflect on what might have been. Say, Edgeworth, I was wondering about this. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? You sure we should be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, he'll take it for sure, won't he? I wish I could be on the same side as Mr. Edgeworth, but then my sister would be found guilty. If she sighs any deeper, I'm gonna start getting depressed. It's against my policy to discuss evidence with the defense, especially with you. He doesn't like you very much, does he, Mr. Wright? Nah, with Edgeworth, it's never personal. It's all about winning tomorrow. So basically, this says you were the best of the best last year, huh? You could take that foolish grin elsewhere, Wright. I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why's that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. Oh, okay, so PD did stand for police department. The police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah. I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? Got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about his award for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday. Yeah, maybe. Can we? The day of the crime. Could you tell me more about yesterday? The day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves on our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Parking stub. A record of parking in the prosecutor's office lot. Entered lot at 5:12 p.m. This is the parking stub from the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15. So the murder happened right after you got back. What, Wright? I'd appreciate it if you direct the suspicious glare elsewhere. Who the fuck is this nerd? Excuse me? But is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth. What is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Report? What? Did you find new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Sky? I don't like the way this conversation is going at all. Sky, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir. I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, but sir, I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of the particulars of your arrangement with... Give me your name. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. Right. Officer Meekins? Take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month. But sir, I didn't know. Poor guy. It's like he was absent on the day they gave out brains. And good luck. Aw. He's got a donkey on a treadmill. Good old donkey brains. Right. Yes, sir. He caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's do what he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. He seems to have finally calmed down at least. I'm busy preparing for tomorrow. And I'm not in the mood for idle banter, especially not with you. Oh. Fine. I'll just have to talk to him when he perks up. Yeah. Here comes the tickle monster! So, we can't go... I was hoping we could go into the security office. I guess there's no reason to. Alright, police department entrance. February 22nd, police department. Entrance. Very good. Whew, we're finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me. That took almost 30 minutes by taxi, and traffic wasn't even that bad. The police department, huh? Only ever been to criminal affairs next door. Hold on. What's that? Is the mascot? Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that? I like undulate. Oh, wait, I know. This is the blue badger. That is not a badger. They're trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the blue badger. Who's next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the blue badger. Uh-oh, he noticed me. He sure is running over here fast. Hey, pal! What are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. Hey, I'll have you know, I'm a busy man, pal. The case. I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You'd better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. Why not? It's been so cold recently, my lips have been... I have this bad habit of licking my lips. I can't help it. My lips have been like super chapped recently. There's been quite a spat of cold. Really cold today. Why not? Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. But what if she's not telling the truth? Yes, well, no. Come on, pal, there's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was faked? Hey, pal, can I speak to you for a second? Huh? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana Sky's sister. Whoa! The chief prosecutor's little sister? Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Sukasa! Thanks so much for that raid, homie. I really appreciate that. How you doing? How was your stream? What were you playing? What were you getting into? Let me give you a shout out. Bingo bango. Blot out. Oh, that's my computer. That's my computer. Nice. Thank you so much for bringing your people over to my people. I appreciate that. I hope you had a wonderful and fantastic stream. If you're new here, hi, I'm Serial Killer, and we are playing through Phoenix Attorney. Phoenix Attorney. Yep, that's it. That's the full name of the game, Phoenix Attorney. Yep. Yep, that's what it's called. That's what it's called. We are currently on episode 5 of I don't know how many. But we're on episode 5. Still not many people, but here you go. One day I'll raid you with more than one. Hey, man. Raiding me with 1, 2, 70 people, I don't care. Just being here is all that matters. You got me, I'm people. What's up, Shaman Ninja? How you doing? We're streaming the HD re-release of Donkey Kong Country Returns on the Switch. Nice. How are you enjoying Donkey Kong Country Returns? I have never played Donkey Kong Country Returns. I remember when that came out, and I was just like, that's stupid. Donkey Kong Country 3 was stupid. Why would they make more stupid Donkey Kong Country games? I remember thinking that. So I never played Donkey Kong Country Returns. But I've always wanted to check it out. I've heard lots of good things about Returns. You haven't played it since the Wii release, but so far it's very enjoyable. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. I would like to check it out. I would like to check it out. I wonder if there are any big differences between... Have you noticed anything different between the original and, I guess the remaster, right? I have to wait till I get mine. Why you gotta wait? You should just go steal it from Tsukasa. That's what you should do. That's what I would do. It's the ninja way. Aren't you a shaman ninja? You should just go ninja steal. Smoke bomb! Boom! Donkey Kong Country Returns goes in the pocket. Peace on out. Can't do that physically. I'm a long way away from him. Damn. Visually improved. It contains the extra content the 3DS release was given. Oh, I knew that there was a 3DS release. I just figured it was like a downgraded version because that's usually how they go. They actually added something extra in it. That's cool. That's cool. It adds some extra levels. Oh, that's dope. I like that. Cool beans. Cool beans. I have played Tropical Freeze, though. How would you compare Tropical Freeze to Donkey Kong Country Returns? Is Returns better than Tropical Freeze? The same? Or good, just not as good? Or just garbage? If him and I were closer, I'd be playing with him. Nice. It's multiplayer? Can you do co-op over the internet? Yeah, but not online. Oh, that's bullshit. I hate that. That's so silly. We're gonna put in co-op, but we're not gonna do it over online. That's so stupid. At least with PC games, like, if you're on Steam, even if it has couch co-op, you can still do it online. You just have to jump through a couple of extra hoops. It sucks that, like, we're gonna make a co-op game, but we're not gonna put any of that shit online. That's so moronic. Tropical Freeze has the same style of gameplay, but I've heard Freeze was very well made. I've not played Freeze yet. Ah, you own it, you've just not played it. Alright, well, I mean, once you're done with Returns, you should definitely check out Freeze. Freeze is dope. I loved it. Sue and I have played Chained Together. Like, you guys were, like, linked together? What does that mean? Like, you were physically locked to one another? Like a three-legged race or something like that? It's a game on Steam. Oh, I know what that is. I know what that is. I thought you meant, like, you were physically locked together. Like, actually linked to one another. You meant a video game. Oh, that's less fun, Shaman Ninja. I'm gonna have to ask you to find a way to tie yourself to Tsukasa. I'm gonna have to ask you to do that, okay? Real friends tie themselves to one another. It's a show of friendship. That's how you know you're friends. That's how it works. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. You know, I just enforce them. Now do it. I feel like this episode here that we're playing in Ace Attorney is not actually part of the Game Boy Advance one. This feels like it was added in afterwards. What do you say, Tsukasa want to be tied together for a day? I didn't say for a day. Who's putting on restrictions? One day? Wow. Huh? No, we finished that. We're on episode 5. It's a sensitive issue with us these days. Yeah, we freed little edgy boy. We freed the edge boy. Now we are on another trial where who is it? Maya went to go back to be a spirit medium, and now we have Emma with us, who is a scientific investigator, science investigator. She just be making shit up. She's not very smart. She pretty stupid. I bet you if I had a laser pointer and I pointed it at the ground, she would chase it around and try to swat at it. I can't get it. I'm gonna have to use science to figure this out. She's not very bright. She's not very bright. She about sharp as a ball. She's about as sharp as a ball. But she means well, right? So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Honey, Emma, we came to the police station. He's a police officer. This is where he works. This episode was a bonus episode in the DS release. Oh. Yeah, this doesn't seem like the same as the other ones. This feels different. What's up, my fires? What's up, KO Gortrout? How you doing, homie? So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh, well, nothing really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs. Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean this time? Then what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true. You've never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Maybe not a chief prosecutor, but I did just convict one of their prosecutors of murder. Twice. Once? No, just once. It was somebody else that murdered. No, twice. Just twice. Got it. It's not tied to the story, and it's also a very long investigation from what I've read. Oh boy. Yesterday's last one was super duper long. Only the highest ranked people are being let into criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting in any of us rank and file detectives at all. None of you? I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So, anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the Badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? The chief of police himself is directing this investigation, pal. And Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall? Now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy. A patrolman in charge of a crime scene. It's unheard of, pal. I have a present for you. Check out my lawyer badge. Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You show this to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge. Enough said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. Wait. Speaking of ID cards, I found that detective's card, didn't I? Yeah, I was gonna show it to him. I'm gonna show him some other stuff first. I thought the text crawl sound as a phone was to tell you to answer the phone already. It is. It's the same thing. My phone makes that sound. I can see you showing that badge to everyone you talk to in this game. I literally show it to everyone. I'm like, check out my attorney coin. Here's my attorney coin. See? Attorney coin. Check. See, this is my attorney coin. See? Right here. Attorney coin. This means I am an attorney. Oh, his is like goldish. Here, let me use this one. Attorney coin. Attorney coin. See my attorney coin. Here, check out the murder weapon I found. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? Why did it show the thing that I didn't select? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I didn't mean... I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. The car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened? We have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. Does this make me a frog in a shoe? I mean, if you say that that's you, then yes. If I can recommend a game after you finish these games, play Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. Smoke was recommending that the other day. He said play that. You're fucking high if you think I'm playing all these games in a row. I'ma play one of these, and maybe sometime in the future we'll return to the other two. These are way longer than I thought. You know, I thought we were gonna sit down and, you know, it's a visual novel. I thought it was gonna be like 7 or 8 hours long. And we've been playing this fucking game for like 20 hours. Yeah, I'm not playing all 3 of these games. That's like 70 hours. No fucking way. I'm playing one of these, and then maybe we'll play the others. Maybe. I am not the biggest fan of being passive in games. I like being active in games. It's literally made by the same team that made these games, and it's hilarious. Harvey Birdman's a very short game based on the Adult Swim cartoon. Yeah. I figured as much. I watched some Harvey Birdman. I may check that out at some point, but I think I'm good on the visual novel games for a very long time. I've only played 2 visual novel games in my entire life. The first was Doki Doki Literature Club, which is possibly one of the worst things I've ever played, and now this. So, my track record so far is like 50-50. I'm enjoying this, but I'm not playing the second and third one of this after this. That's fucking crazy, man. I actually want a game, you know? In case you haven't noticed, I'm a gamer. I'm not here to read you all bedtime stories. Okay, I do read you all bedtime stories, and you're welcome. But that's not the only thing I'm here for. Let's check out the trophy. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. Even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? Must be because of the rumors. You literally stream from midnight to I don't know when you end. So yes, you're currently a bedtime story. Yeah. Now, it's not that I'm not enjoying this, it's just... It's a lot just to, like, sit here and read for, 8 hours. I don't mind talking, but this is, like, just a constant stream of me reading, and it's a bit much. So, yes, I do plan on playing the other ones. I just don't want to play them all in one big fell swoop. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? Okay. That was so both they were including both the parking stub and the knife. Got it. Detective Gumshoe? What can you tell me about this? Huh? Hey, pal. This is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that. You have to turn it into the police. People like you that get me into so much trouble all the time. Meaning Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. But didn't you work together with him in criminal affairs? Whoa, now I remember. Bruce Goodman. He's the victim. Right. That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? Okay, so we had to show him that. I want to look around the area. I was wondering about that. What, the Dancing Blue Badger? It's my masterpiece. You made that? You made this, Detective Gumshoe? What a nerd. The chief threw together some designs, and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. Look, man. It's good. You did a good job. There's no switch, so it just dances, dances, dances until the battery dies. Poor Blue Badger. Faded to dance until he drops. Blue Badger panel. Really? A work of art designed by the Chief of Detectives and created by Detective Gumshoe. Why is that evidence? Why do I want that? Usual wanted posters are hanging up on the bulletin board here. Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looked like these people in these posters. They hardly even look human. She has a point. I always get excited when I come to a police station. Why's that? It just feels like I've jumped into a movie. Huh? You know, with all the police and criminals? Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting. Sure it is. Look at those two officers over there. They're probably talking about the latest bus. Funny, I thought they were talking about the weather. The detectives in there look pretty busy. Just imagine right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Somehow the thought fails to excite me. Me too. Look, that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. And then I said, hey, you do that. Your soup will get cold, buddy. That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard I cried. Guess he wasn't saluting, he was wiping tears from his eyes. They make a good pair. Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea. Why? Well, I think they're designed after a panda. A panda? Not that I have scientific proof. It's just a theory. Do you mind me asking how you came up with that theory? It was when I was in school on a trip. It was when I was on a school trip. I saw a patrol car, and it came to me. We had just been at the zoo, see? What about zebras? Or did they not have those at your zoo? Or raccoons? Panda cars, but it's just a theory. A panda? Really? I think not. What do you think, Shaman Ninja? What's up, Yoshi? How you doing? The banner here is announcing the crime-fighting champion. Nice slogan. I wonder if they'll be selling fingerprint sets. I don't think it's that kind of campaign. What family wouldn't want a set at home? It's good for finding out who snuck into the cookie jar. I think most families can figure that out without the extra help. I stole the cookie from the cookie jar. Who, me? Yes, me. It was me, I did it. I ate all the cookies. I would like 1 diabetes, please. To blend into the dark better, so you don't know they're following you till it's too late. But then why are they white? White would not blend into the dark. Black does, but the white doesn't. Still not entirely sure what I'm doing with myself right now, but I've got more of an idea where to look. What you talking about? Bruce Goodman. So, this ID card belonged to the victim? He was a detective like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transferal. Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Sky called him out there to the parking lot. And Lana's confessing as much. You had that college advising? Oh, you had that today? Nice, how'd that go? So they can find the car when they go out on patrol in the middle of the night? Well, I definitely think it's so that the car stands out for sure. One thing I did learn is that the CNA, right? Training these days really is certified nurse assistant, right? Is just like 8 weeks and then you're workforce ready. Well, that's cool. That's not too long. Do you need any other like prerequisites? He's in a tough spot again. Again? Well, it all started with the murder of that defense attorney, Hammond. But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright. There were always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're practically shouting. Right, we've heard that too. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Yes, we did. Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is... What was his name? The guy in the parking lot? That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the Chief of Police. Officer Marshall. Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer from West LA. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try to make things a little easier for you. Show them this, and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. Letter of introduction received from Detective Gumshoe. Allows bearer to investigate the crime scene. I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to be there and nobody will look at you twice, pal. Thinking of going back to college for something slightly more in-depth? Ooh, okay. Well then, it's good to talk to, you know, a counselor so that you can get, you know, a better feel for what it is that you want to be doing and an idea of what it is, you know, requirements, whatever you're looking at. Still not sure what that something in-depth is. Regardless, Phoenix Wright, woo. Are you gonna be going to like a community college? Is that what you're looking at, is community college stuff? Because maybe you don't know what you want to go for, but okay, college is expensive, and I know not everyone has money to throw around, but maybe you could look at some like prerequisite classes, you know, whether they're English writing classes or social study classes, like history stuff. There's all these prerequisites you have to take, math classes and shit like that, and maybe you could take a class or two of something you might be interested in, whether it's like psychology or sociology or some sort of like nursing stuff. I don't know how far they go in depth to at your college. Maybe you could dip your toe in some things and see if anything kind of like, you know, interests you, you know, catches your eye kind of thing. Yeah, there's a ton of prerequisites. So, you know, if you're thinking of going back, you can dabble in like a handful of things. Community colleges offer a wide array of, you know, different subjects. So if you're already planning on going back, it can be expensive, but at least community college is way cheaper. And sometimes there's financial fundings that you can get and stuff like that. Again, good stuff to talk with a counselor about just in case. You know, if you always, even if you can pay for it, it's always a good idea to look and see if there's anything that will like help with like any sort of reimbursements, tuition, remission kind of stuff. You might be able to. Hope it's not another 4-year waste of life. Have you already graduated from college, Yoshi? Did you already go to college for 4 years and get a degree? Because if that's the case, if you got a 4-year degree already, you can probably use those prerequisites that you got earlier and apply them to your current degree. Even if you graduated, you can still use those credit hours towards whatever you're going for. I got a 2-year degree after 4 years, so you already have your, oh god, what do they call the community college degree? All I can think is like BFA, like a bachelor's. But that's not what it is. Associates, yeah, associate's degree. So you already got your associates. But yeah, you can apply some of those prerequisites that you used, that you had. Unless, sometimes some classes, like depending on how long it is, sometimes some of those classes won't allow you to, because they've like changed curriculum and stuff like that. Sometimes they won't, but other times they will. So it's worth looking into. I love going back to school as an adult. I really wanted to learn this stuff rather than just having to be there. Right. But yeah, I mean, still, there might still be like looking for prerequisites for whatever the thing is you're looking to go into also. Yeah, and you can test out some stuff. You don't always, you can also audit classes, which if you audit a class, I'm not sure if you have to pay the full credit for it. You also don't get a, it's basically saying we're allowing you to sit in on a class. You know, you don't get any credit for it, but you get to be there and like learn things still. There's a lot of options out there, but yeah. Yeah, but doing like prerequisite stuff if you can. And like I said, if you already have some credit hours, you could sometimes use those to apply towards what you're going for as well. Depending, you know, if the school takes them or not, but still. You got a lot of options, man. Oh, I definitely would. I definitely would. That too, work experience. Sometimes work experience can be used for credit hours too. That's true. If you're doing something work-wise, sometimes they'll take, you know, whatever your job was and be like, yeah, we'll give you credits for X, Y, and Z, depending on what it is. They have done that. My buddy did that when he was going for his master's. They gave him like extra credit hours for his job. Yeah, it's not a bad thing to bring up there. All right, back to the underground parking lot. February 22nd, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. Looks like the investigation's still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, baby. Oh, it's the two of them. Oh, still here? Hello? Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs, too. What happened to the security guard? Is that her? Dude. Girl, can I be your boyfriend, in a defense attorney's? Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that lost its herd. A Doggy that lost its herd. A doggy that lost its herd. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. He's like shaving himself at the crime scene. This guy's a fucking moron. He's got good theme music though. A buddy and I were taking a C++ course at night, but the beginner course would have been useless, so we jumped right into intermediate. Nice. This is game 2. I think it's pronounced Do-G? No, that was doggy. D-O-G-I-E. That's doggy. Doggy. Doji. No. 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 Teach me how to doji. Hooah! The victim. There's something I wanted to ask you. The scene of the crime. A cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. And me, I watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. He's asleep. Well, should we show this hopeless case something to catch his interest? There's something I wanted to ask you. Oh. He just... Right. So we have to show him the goods. We have to show him the goods. Here. Alright, compadre, count to 3. Huh? You gotta do that if you're gonna draw evidence on someone. That's what we do in Texas. Remind me to never visit Texas. I know, right? I wasn't up for college right after high school, plus I was working already. Nice. Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you, fan letters to me go right into the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe? Ah, that old cow dog? You holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation. I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries. This proves it's from Detective Gumshoe. Better than a blood test. Guess I'd better let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a sec. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like the settler. Strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Note to self. Police investigations are like settling land. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Don't write that down. Don't write, erase that. Like now. Like, scratch it out. That was bad. I say I won't be needing this anymore. Detective Gumshoe's letter of introduction crumpled and discarded. We trashed it real good. Okay. 5:12 p.m. The prospector's bright red steed came in at a trot, real slow like. Trot? My Madonna tells me the crime occurred 3 minutes later. So it seems the chief prospector was lying in wait. Maybe waiting for her prince to ride in on his bright red horse. So what you mean is, killer intended to use Edgeworth's car all along. I enjoy science, Maya. I do not. I would wish she would go away forever. She's dumb. To be fair, everyone's pretty dumb in this. She's like extra dumb. I did not like Maya either, but bring her back. She was at least a little adorable. This one irks me. Irks me good. Ah, toy shield. Suits the boy well. What exactly could you shield with that? A toy knight, maybe? Officer Marshall, don't you have anything good to say about Mr. Edgeworth? No, she's adorable too. I'm just being a dick. I don't remember being that annoying. They're children. They're all annoying, Yoshi. Officer Marshall, don't you have anything good to say about Mr. Edgeworth? You don't like him, right? We get the point. You know, now as a detective, I got one of these. Let me guess. Did it have a K for King of Detectives on it? Hey, they could use the same shield over and over. Note to self, the prosecutor's office in criminal affairs are surprisingly cheap. You know it. They've gotten cheaper with every passing year, I tell you. Alright, compadre, count to 3. You don't want to see the knife? What about this? What's that? Some sort of police passport? This is Detective Goodman's ID card, strangely enough. We found it a good distance away from the crime scene. Good distance in this rat hole? If you want distance, get yourself to Texas. Texas? This is a tiny little crime scene in a tiny little town with tiny little evidence. What difference does a few yards make, compadre? Note to self. If you encounter suspicious evidence, think of Texas. There's no better way to study than to hang out with the pros. This guy's a moron. Stop listening to him. Oh, you summer child. Please, don't listen to him. The victim. Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? He's also getting drunk. He's literally drinking out of a flask at work. He's contaminating the crime scene by shaving, and he's getting drunk. Please do not listen to him, Emma. Please do not. We shouldn't listen to him. This guy's a moron. I totally missed it, but what was your reaction to Salmonella? Oh god, I hated him. Nothing happened with him. He just disappeared. He showed up and testified in court and then disappeared. I hate that guy. I hate Salmonella. Why would you bring him back up? That pervert. I thought he got arrested too. No, he just disappeared. Like once he was done testifying, they pretty just like he just kind of vanished. They never really. They met the D. Vasquez mentioned him like she was just like, oh, he gave me a ride, but that was pretty much it. Like he was gone from the story, you know. He did participate in the murder by, you know, aiding and abetting the murderess. So the murderer. So I'm assuming, but no, they didn't even say anything about it. Just like a fart in the wind, man. Good. I'd rather not think of him. Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be a little more specific? Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Oh, well. Aren't you a feisty doggy there now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Ms. Angel Starr. One stab to the chest, a fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report. Nice. Goodman's autopsy report. Death due to blood loss. One knife wound, died within an hour and a half, 4 p.m. It was a long-ass hour and a half, man. You get stabbed once and then you bleed out. That's a shitty way to go. Is my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prospector Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back, so there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why he didn't do much work with the Chief Prospector. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here to this parking lot? So it seems. Like calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. I really hate this guy. Really hate him. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective? You calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. Huh? I was one of the... Was that a threat? Did you just threaten me? I wish you would. Wish you would. Take that knife. I got this other knife. I got this other knife. Stab him with this bloody knife. I was one of them fancy shoe detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Did you get downgraded to patrolman because you're a fucking drunk? Oh, really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now. So how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambino? So why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short on hands right now. We're keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog that can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth? The cow dog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just he don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation. You already know it works as a murder weapon too. I know, right? It sure does. Get ready to get stabbed on, son. Get ready to get stabbed on. B block is through there. That's where visitors park. I can see the Lunchland car over there, far in the distance. Hey, you're right. I like the cute design of the door. I can see a cartoon cow munching down on... Don't read anymore! What's up, Smoke? How you doing? John Redcorn? No, this guy isn't as cool as John Redcorn. I can see a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy-looking steak. Why would a cow eat a steak? Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? It does. It does. Yes, Emma, it does. Just don't think too deeply about it and you'll be fine. Oh, I'm thinking. And the more I think about it, the more I don't like it. We got a Walkman over here. I too eat steak. Steak-eating cow. You're not a cow, though. You're a people. I hope. This looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? Check it out. Right. Let's check it out. I thought I was doing it. I was not doing that. She a nerd, bro. Yeah. She likes to think she's a nerd, but she real dumb. This child real dumb. This phone's still on the redial screen. Redial? Mr. Wright? Okay, we also real dumb, though. Most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. So she dumb, I'm dumb, the Marshall dude is dumb, Gumshoe is dumb, Edgeworth is dumb, her sister's dumb, we just a big group of dummies. We a bushel of dummies. The judge is definitely dumb. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. I am too. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like redial. Dude, this is supposed to be in 2016. Why they got fucking flip phones? I guess he's a police officer and he couldn't afford a nice phone, but like everybody had a smartphone in 2016. There were like 5 people in the world that had flip phones in 2016. How many of y'all had flip phones in 2016? 8 years ago, how many of y'all had flip phone? How many of y'all had flip phone? I remember playing Pong on those phones. I had Snake on my phone. I had Snake. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, You never know with people from your generation. She right though. Even drug dealers have smartphone burner phones? Exactly. Whatever. Let's check this phone out. Take the battery out real quick. Why I got this little doohickey on it? Man, what a boring strap. What's wrong with it? Everyone has different tastes, you know. That was more of a Japanese thing. Americans... I don't know too many Americans that had, like, little tchotchkes attached to their phone. Not many people did that. What's wrong with it? Everyone has different tastes, you know. Here, check out mine. It's a pink princess strap. These are hard to come by, you know. I see the series is as popular as ever with the kids. Who's the cyber dude in the overlay? Oh, that's Emma. She's just the little nerdy girl. Now to see who the owner of this phone called last. Note to self. A defense attorney doesn't think first. He just pushes the button. Beep. Oh yeah, we push buttons. Why is it playing music? Why playing music? This is my ringtone? Hey, that song! I know that! Is it the Pink Princess theme song? Hey, what's going on over there? None of your business, you weirdo. Beep. Oh, sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed redial on that phone there, didn't you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is this anyway? It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prospector Sky. What? It's my sister's? How you not know your sister's phone? How you not know your sister's phone? Girl, is y'all even related? She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. She was finna call someone? She was finna call who? He said fixing, not finna. He ain't from the South. I'ma fix you, boy. Except she only spoke for a few seconds according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those new-fangled ringtones. Oh, that? Oh, I'm sorry, that was my phone. What? Your phone? See, I got a cell phone too. This one of them new non-flip Nokia phones. A brick phone. I do not buy that this game took place in 2016. These are telephones that you would have found in 2001 or 2. No, because I had phones that looked like these in that era. Yeah, kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. Wrong number. She was trying to call Mia, right? Mamma Mia! We got the same phone as Mia, though? How'd she get my phone number? I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. So she was trying to call us. Uh-oh. I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. Property of Lana Sky, last call made at 5:18 on the day of the murder. And it called my phone. Like, how do you not see that? How do you not look at that? Okay, so what's the phone number on this phone? And what's the phone number on my phone that it says that called me, right? Caller ID. Property of Lana Sky, last call made at 5:18 on the day of the murder. That was my first phone. This one or the like Nokia flat like brick phone? What's up, Moxie? How you doing? How you doing? This rope, is it? Yup. They laid it in the outline of the victim's body. They don't do that. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. You've got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. She's special. A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream of the day when I'll be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. Why would I sell you hamburgers? I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. Oops. She also mean. The Nokia one? Yeah. A lot of people had that one. What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. 675-122. Look, something's written on it. You're right. Let's see. 67S-122. Well, that's an S? Okay. I got you. I just saw the way he wrote the 2, and I assumed that was the way that they wrote 5. I remember the worm game. Yeah, I had Snake. They call it Snake. I had that on my phone too. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, Goodman was the name of the guy. Well, so, what does it mean, Mr. Wright? Well, I mean, they could have called it Worm Game, too. There were a lot of, I mean, I don't think everything called it Snake. Snake might have been copyrighted. Like, everybody made their own version of Snake Game, you know? It could have been called the Worm Game on your phone, for all I know. Hey, Moxie. Hey, Moxie. 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 Hey, man. You want to play the worm game? You want to play the worm game with me? Moxie, you want to play the worm game with me? Well, so, what does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self, for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. Goodman's note. Victim memo found in the car trunk. This appears to be the car where the body was found. It looks like the lock on the trunk is busted, so someone pried it open. The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Does that also mean that the trunk couldn't shut if it was pried open? Quite a luxury car. It just screams, I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. I'm talking about big bucks. Lana Scott. So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister? That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. And the prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. My condolences. Officer Marshall. Yeah, Bambina? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? Yes, this is still the first game. Yeah, apparently this is bonus content from when this game was ported to the DS. I think that's what Tsukasa was saying. This is episode 5. I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's a-blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill wind. Someone's up to something here, but who? Office atmosphere. Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. It's very naive to think people don't tamper with evidence, young miss. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prospector Lana Skye. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets. Some people load them with deals. What? You're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth? So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? Guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So, you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana's confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma? Yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? One of the more annoying cases out of any game that I think they made. I'm sure we won't have a problem. It's the Seal Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids. The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place, your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. Cell phone. Property of Lana Skye. Last call made to her sister, Emma, at 5:18 on the day of the murder. A detective is murdered, and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. I don't think we have everything. We literally never have everything. We never do. We never do, and it's not fair. February 23rd, 9:34 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there's still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? A defense attorney should never believe their client. Are you telling me you're a liar? The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. There's one decisive difference between you and her, and that is, you're hotter. You're not a defense attorney. Oh, right. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's gonna bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. That does not inspire me. But I like your positive attitude. February 23rd, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Ms. Lana Sky. Now you're not alone. Yay. True. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since his trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Ms. Angel Starr, to the stand. The cough-up queen. She nasty. I wish it was Christmas so we could have some ho-ho-hos. Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Don't eat that. Ho ho, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. See, the judge even knows what's up. The judge is really wolfing it down. Ah, and for you, I have a Fiesta Bowl. What are them little brown things in there? Are those little rat turds? You trying to feed me rat turds? Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? Ah, and you, sir. Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? Dude, she's giving you bed bugs. Them's bed bugs. I can tell because they're bed bugs. It is too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So, this is why everyone raves about caviar? It's so tasty it hurts. Nah, caviar does not taste that good, man. I've had it. It kind of tastes like ass. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. Oh my god, why? Fuck, it's disgusting. Tapioca's delicious. Don't put salt water into tapioca. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? We don't want to find out. We don't want to find out, Nick. Name, profession, now. Me, the name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. Oh, we know you's a professional. You a snitch. Huh? What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Ms. Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. I thought she was a snitch. Whoa, 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 what? Ms. Star was a detective? Ah! I know who you are. Cough up? Cough up, Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue the description, Ms. Star. How old, Ms. Star? 31? Damn, she old. Just who is this lady? If I may have the court's attention over here. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor spaces, yes? The crime took place by a car in the back of A block, in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor! Parking lot floor plans. The parking lot with the Edgeworth's car. I ain't judging the judge. Ain't nobody judging the judge. No, I'm judging the judge. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Why is she no longer a detective? Why is she selling Lunchables out of her trunk? Well, Mr. Wright? I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? If you can, then give them your worst, Ms. Star. Wait, are they talking about me? Witness's account. Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Oh, I like her when she's angry. Stabby, stabby, stabby. Where's all her medals? Where's all her medals? She had a bunch of medals. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then, she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into the Detective Goodman's chest. No, it was his stomach. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend? How touching. As you can see, there's no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. So, How does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Witness account. Alright, I gotta go use the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. I got some delicious goldfish. Goldfish. I honestly don't know the last time I had a goldfish. 20 years? A very long time ago. Maybe I stole some goldfish from like one of my nieces once. I could have done that. You're alright. They're okay in soup. And these are like flavored ones too. They're flavor blasted with cheddar. Flavor blasted. Google put that in soup. What soup do you put graham crackers in? Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime. Yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. She talking about you. I mean, any of you aren't a coward. Nice. I like to dip my graham crackers in tomato soup. Shaman Ninja knows what's up. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim, killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Ms. Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than words. That said, I am a pro. As you know, my testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well, you may continue, Ms. Starr. So she does have a vendetta. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. This boyfriend, he's the detective? Not that boyfriend, the security guard. That boyfriend? You have several? Her personal goings-ons are not really our business. She could have 40 boyfriends. That's her business. Yes. This boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Here to join? Yes. The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. Note to self, the judge had to think before a reply. She's a little funny. The security guard room is in the lot in A block. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there. Well, not everything, there's a giant concrete wall that could potentially, well, maybe it's high enough that you could still see over it. Maybe not. That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. Right. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. You sensed something? So you're saying you had a premonition of the murder? It felt like, how would you say? Oh, yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. People get feelings when they view that? Like, what would that feeling be? Like, you get horny when you look at that? You get hungry? Do you get angry? Excited? Yeah, I don't think I have a feeling other than, like, I'm gonna dig that shit out and then maybe toast them and eat them later. But first, I'm gonna carve the shit out of this pumpkin. I have no idea what that means. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim Mr. Bruce Goodman also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese. A young cheese? A pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience on the streets. A greenhorn. And it must be hard yellowed and sharp as a tack. Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. Damn, Emma Ruthless. In any case, there in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. By garish car, you mean? Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it? Now, he said the knife was in his trunk. In like a go bag, right? So the victim would have had to have broken into the trunk first, right? Wasn't it? Indeed it was. Yeah, he really shouldn't be the prosecutor on this. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you are sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. That's far enough away to mis-ID someone. It's not like you're standing face to face. And she was looking through a fence, which could also obscure things. I am certain it was her. She's telling the truth. We're doomed. Let's do what we can, even if we don't have any proof. We can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you're a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me? Oh, she did the hair flip. I'll fry you like a fritter. Crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. Go on. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism. I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. Photograph? You took this? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap, I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunch boxes is rigged with a camera. I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly the defendant. Crime photo. The moment of the crime is photographed by Angel Star. Uh-oh, that is unmistakably Lana Skye. She has gloves on, right? But she said she cut her hand, right? Her jacket is dirty. Which hand was it? It was her right hand, yes? Yeah, it was her right hand. So, the hand on the left here, that would be her right hand. Okay. So, what was the defendant doing at the time? The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand, but her right hand was hurt, so she couldn't be holding the knife in her right hand. That's what we have to push, right? Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are, by nature, well versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I think as a non-prosecutor, I know where people's vital organs are, too. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean, a person. Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor. So the defendant was holding a knife. What then? Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. It's also his stomach, right? They said she got stabbed in the stomach, not the chest. Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late? Yes. The next moment, the chief prosecutor had brought down the murder weapon. I see. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. Said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. Okay, well, I guess we can go to the final one and say that he was stabbed in the stomach, not the chest. It's still in the front side, but it is an error, right? And if she was holding it in her right hand is wounded, right? So let's look. Let's look here. Oh, we can't go to the witnesses. Dang. Okay, well, where's the autopsy report? Yeah, I don't think that's gonna help. That doesn't say where he was stabbed. There was a barrel knocked over before, right, too. That barrel, there were two barrels, one was knocked over, right? We've got that, too. That's different. She had the injured hand. Yeah, let's check this. Yeah. Name of deceased, Bruce Goodman, 36, male. Date and time of death, February 21st, between 4 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. Cause of death, loss of blood from chest wound. Okay. Assessment. Wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab was found. Alright, well, it said to the chest, so I thought one of them said to the stomach. Someone had said to the stomach. Maybe it was Emma. I thought maybe it was Lana. 4 and 5:30 p.m. Well, if he was stabbed at 5, it said it took him an hour to die, right? So it would have been later. Could the autopsy report be wrong? They said he was stabbed at 5 and it took him an hour to die. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. All right. Let's check this out. So she was on the other side here. It's a chain link fence. She has a photo. I don't think that's gonna help me. Miles Edgeworth, 1712. That's 512. This is dated the date of the crime. The murder took place 3 minutes after Edgeworth parked his car. Only he was held up at a couple extra red lights. He wouldn't have been caught up in this whole affair. Perhaps. It just goes to show you, you never know what'll happen when you run a yellow light. Yeah, someone gets stabbed. I don't think there's anything suspicious about his, parking ticket. This must be the victim's blood, right? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Edgeworth in the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory's more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. Well, there's a scary thought. Okay, I don't think there's anything on that. Hey, check it out! There's a metal plate here. Looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. Guess he must be a foreigner? Yeah, that's probably it. Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Von Karma sometime. When she says it, his name does kind of have a ring to it. But we know who he is. So wait, do they just like temporarily give this statue to people? She could have cut her hand on this, right? She would have been with them during... Maybe she, like, cut her hand out. Broke it. Doesn't look like there's anything else we can look at there. A name and ID number are written here. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. ID number. Wonder why they only use numbers for IDs. What else would they use? Letters, silly. They're the reason we have a written language in the first place. True. Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID, Yabba-Dab. See? Wouldn't that be better? Yabba-Dab? Well, it does have a certain ring to it. Exactly my point. Tee-hee. Doesn't take much to amuse her. It's not the same, like, investigation looking. There's no need to push this again. What's wrong? You look like I do during finals. Never mind. It's nothing. I mean, we might have to do that at some point. Just not now. Man, what a boring strat. Okay. Not that. me more about this knife the suspect was carrying. 4 inches long, is that right? Is your knife? That's about right. She was delivering lunch at 5 p.m.? I mean, it's just a food service, but isn't that a bit late? Here's the chain link fence in front. Six to 7 S 12-2. Would that be backwards? Or would it make sense? I don't think 7 backwards is anything. The inverted 6 is nothing either. Upside down? SL9? SL9? What would SL9 be? Yeah, I think it's upside down. I think it's upside down. That's what it is. Because it'd be February 21st, right? So it's an S, L, and a 9. Well, I guess the only thing that we have is that it wasn't lunchtime, it was 5 p.m., right? So, is that what we push? A lunchbox at 5 p.m.? Like, that's weird, right? Because why would you be delivering lunch at 5 p.m.? I'm going with that. You're on it. That statement contradicts. No, it doesn't. Man, I don't know. I didn't mean to do that. I accidentally bumped it. I mean, do we need to do something with the parking lot? And she said she was over on the other side. And she obviously saw through it. I don't think that's what we want. But she had an injured right hand. It just says stab wound, but usually they tell you she hurt her hand, right? I'm really not sure what we would present here. We can't, like, actually look at it or anything? No. There's, like, nothing we can, like, observe about the photo. It says A there. I was trying to look to see if there was, like, anything suspicious here. Okay, I still think it's the right hand thing. No. What am I missing? Definitely not that. Maybe it is this. Maybe it is the autopsy report. She says she's bringing lunch and it's 4 to 5 p.m. Maybe we do that one. Oh, we're so fucked! I didn't mean to do that. Right, I mean, I feel like they're trying to lead me there, but I don't see what the connection is. She never gave us a time frame, did she? Well, if she was standing behind, there's no way she would have known it was Goodman, right? Because she couldn't have seen him, yes? Witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. Sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. Fortunately, I'll have to penalize you. Great, we're fucked. Yeah, there's something I'm missing. No idea. There's not too much here. I have no idea what... Yeah. I would like to... Where's the panic button? You had to park in lot B and go over to A. No, I have no idea what we have to present. She didn't give us any time frame, so there's not much we can do with that. I mean, we're not looking at the badge or the trophy here. Just things like directly with case. I don't think whatever 221 SL9 221 SL9. That may be the sub-level. It just shows her... I don't see anything in this picture that makes us think of anything. I mean, it's exactly where the car is. There's an A. There's the barrels, except for one barrel's knocked over. There's blood on the trench coat. What we can assume is blood. It's black and white. I don't see anything particularly off about her clothing. Security room, telephone. Bunch of spots you can park. Gotcha, I really don't. She made a phone call afterwards, right? That's 5:12. 3 minutes later is 5:15. And then at 5:18 she made a phone call, so that all kind of lines up. Loss of blood from a chest wound between 4 and 5:30. So, I mean, you know, 5:15 fits into there. Why would she know that there is a knife in Edgeworth's trunk? It has no bearing of anything, but why would she know that Edgeworth has a knife? I'm stumped here. I don't know. I don't see what I would present. I tried both, right? I tried the ticket and the autopsy there, right? Dude, that's the only thing that I can say. Like, it just seems wrong because she couldn't hold the knife in her right hand. It was wounded, but we can't present that. So there's something else I'm supposed to be looking at. You know? And then she says, thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. I mean, yeah, it was his chest. Literally watched this repeatedly and still forgot. Yeah, I really don't have like a good guess. They weren't kidding when they said that this was hard. I'm trying to use deductive reasoning and stuff and try to like figure out what I can apply here and what I can't, but I mean, she's not really saying too much, and she's not really saying anything, like, absurd. Well, I guess this is gonna be the first time we ever fail. I really don't know what to try. I mean, the autopsy says 1 knife wound. So it's obviously not Goodman's autopsy report. I mean, she couldn't have possibly seen where he stabbed her, but I don't think that really makes a difference, right? She plunged at him. Through the wire fence, right? I mean, yeah. I don't think it has anything to do with this one either. I've pressed her a bunch, and there's nothing in here that like jumps out. Right, so this is her just saying she hates prosecutors. I really don't see anything here that makes me go, yes, this. Security guard room is in the lot in A block. Okay. It's up on the second level so you can see everything. Did you bring your lunch boxes by car? I mean, why else would she be in lot B, right? I parked in B block. Right, which makes sense from her viewpoint, right? She brought lunches. She was parked in B block. I don't see anything wrong with that. That's where visitors go, is B block. That's where she saw stuff. Well, so maybe it's this? How long had he been a prosecutor? Right? How long had he been a detective? They said that he was going to pick up a case file. They said that he was going to pick up a case file that years prior he had worked with the prosecutor on before, right? But we don't have anything that gives us, like, how long he's been a detective for. Like, there wasn't any information on here, right? Other than an ID number. So, I mean, maybe this is the case number, right? DL6 was for the other case. Maybe SL9 is for this case. I mean, does that have any bearing on this situation, though? Right. Oh, fucking nothing, man. All right, well, let's present his ID card. Nope. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. The defense has failed to give the court sufficient reason to doubt the prosecution's claim. This court finds the defendant, Ms. Lana Sky, guilty. Damn, I failed. The accused will surrender the court immediately to be held pending trial at a higher court within a month from today's date. That is all. This court is adjourned. I don't want to brute force this, you know, that's not fun, but I want to figure it out. Dead from immediate death penalty, I know, right? What am I missing? Right. But each statement could be a variety of things. Like, it's not just you present one piece of knowledge and it covers her entire testimony. It just covers the one statement. used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Showing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. This, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend care to join yet another boyfriend. Security guard room is in the lot in A block. Right. Second level so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. Bring lunchboxes. Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. Feeling you get when you view a pumpkin full of seeds. Detective's intuition wasn't the victim. Mr. Bruce Goodman, also a detective. He was like a young cheese. Pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience on the street of Greenhorn. Must be hard yellow. In any case, there in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Standing next to a garish car. By garish, you mean Edgeworth's car. The knife, incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's, wasn't it? In our case, the person you saw your shirt was the defendant. Saw from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her. You can always nitpick. Nothing more than worms, you're biased. Keep those opinions to yourself, rookie. Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter. I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. Photograph. Man, I don't see anything suspicious in the photo. Oh. When I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over, and snap, I took a picture. One of my lunch boxes is rigged with a camera. More excited than just hanging it around your neck. You didn't want to give the photo to the prosecutor. My boyfriend works in photography division of criminal affairs. I thought it was Marshall dude. Crime photo. Knife she was carrying, the blade was 4 inches long. It was Edgeworth's knife. Well versed in location of vital organs, I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg. Defendant was holding the knife. What then? She thrust the pointy tip into defendant Goodman's chest. Though the court, while he didn't try to stop the crime, he didn't see her. Defense has a point. By the time I realized it was too late, the moment the chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon, Let's see. It's only a flesh wound. It's flawless. I mean, I've looked over all of our evidence multiple times, and I don't see anything in particular that makes me go, yeah, this is good. Yeah, this is upside down. Well, it's not the first statement. I always knew a day like this would come. I don't think it would be in it. The photograph have some detail in it? I don't think so. I was looking at it and I don't see anything that's like particularly relevant. There's the A. They were in parking lot A. There is the concrete wall behind her. There's the chain link fence. You can see the distortion of it. She's closing the trunk. I mean, she's got blood on her overcoat, but I don't think that's anything in particular. I'm looking at the outfit. I mean, it looks like her. I mean, you can't see the victim. That's the only thing. Right? You just can't see the victim in this. It'd be interesting to get this piece of evidence and then immediately use it against her. Right, but she was in Lot B. That's what she said. She said she was in Lot B. Right. Which she never said. She said she was going to take it, but then she was on her way when she witnessed the murder. Not actually in the room, right? Right? I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox when I sensed something, when she was in Lot B. So it wasn't, she wasn't taking the picture from the security room. And she never said that she was in the security room. She said she was on her way to deliver it to the security room. Which would mean she would have to pass from Lot B to Lot A to get up to the security room. We've got the cell phone. I don't know what good that does me. We have the memo, which is an upside down memo, which is 221 SL9. I don't know what good that does me either. We have the autopsy report, which name of deceased, Bruce Goodman, 36 male. I mean, he wasn't young. She called him green, right? But he wasn't young? Can I use the... He was not young. No. She keeps calling him a greenhorn, but What about the note? The memo. No, we don't even know what the memo is. I mean, there's no way she could have seen that from behind. Or she couldn't see where the guy got stabbed or if he got stabbed. I mean, she could just see that he got stabbed, but what difference does that make? She's standing from behind, right? Well, how did you see where you stabbed him when you were standing from behind? And you witnessed this? This just felt so stupid that I didn't do this. This is it? It's literally use the photo. She couldn't tell where he got stabbed or what happened because she was standing from behind. That's really it? You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with the knife? As I've already said, yes. I swear it on my finest salmon swirl lunch. I ruled this out because I thought it was stupid. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But, isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is the photograph you took at the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Ms. Sky not holding a knife? But there's all, like... I noticed that too, but that doesn't mean she didn't, like, put it into the trunk. The victim's also not standing there either. She could have literally put the... This is bad. This is, like, bad. Like, she stabbed the victim. When she stabbed the victim, she could have left the knife in the fucking trunk. I don't know where they found the knife. We don't know where the knife was. We never got that information. So her not holding the knife is not really relevant to the photo. Any number of things could have happened. So it's just, I ruled that out. Like, I immediately ruled that out because, like, why would you think that? Then why is Ms. Sky not holding a knife? Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. That's a very mild objection. Had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. And it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing. Exactly.
Objection!
And how can you tell that? Blood splatter. Right, there's blood on her... Maybe it's the fact that she said this happened at the moment of the crime. Maybe that's the idea, is that that's the confusion. So then she's going to clarify in her statement. That's really bad. That's really bad. Blood splatter. Huh? See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? But it's a black and white photograph. Ah, yes. It's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem except you. Mr. Wright, you gonna just sit there and take that kind of abuse? Got a better idea. Objection. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understand it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Well, are those gloves? People can't wear gloves. Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. Oh, you could tell what kind of... I couldn't tell what kind of gloves they were. I thought they was just gloves. These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder. A serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves, like driving gloves? The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves of the kind used for autopsies. See, that would have been nice to have. Why don't we have this evidence? In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Ms. Starr. This is bad. She's got them thinking this was all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. Gotta think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking near me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. Rubber gloves. We're back to like square one again. The only thing that got changed was the murder was planned, the rubber gloves prove it. Why would she have rubber gloves on? She made a phone call, obviously. She was handling evidence, and she didn't want it contaminated. I mean, she was meeting... She was meeting Goodman. And Goodman's ID card wasn't found at the car? Yeah. But no, no. I'm grasping at straws again. Her phone. We failed again. Yeah, man, this one's gnarly. I mean, they did say we had to nitpick with her statements, right? Right? Maybe it's the receipt? Because the car had only been there for 3 minutes, right? So there's no way it could have been premeditated? There's no way she could have known that the car would have been there? Because it just got back in 3 minutes? Feels like a stretch, but maybe? Right? Like, she would have had to have gotten the knife from the car and all that. So yeah, maybe it's the parking ticket stub? Ticket stub? I think it was this one. No, is the next one? This is one of them. Where do we get the photo from? So maybe you have to do them in order. Maybe there's like a process of a set order you have to do stuff in. Okay, why did you do that? Okay, so we present It's the wrong thing. Keep doing that. Stop making me start over! I'm stupid. Present. The photo. Okay. Then maybe it's the I think it's gonna be the parking stuff. I think that's what it's gonna be because they had only been there a brief period. The car had only just got there, right? No! Okay, so we show the parking stuff. Stop doing that! Stop doing that! Stop hitting the wrong button! Right? No. Right? I was gonna say, like, there's no way she could have known that the car was gonna be there, so the fact that it was there... Well, nothing else changes. I don't know. Okay, now what do we have? Does any of her other testimony change? Doesn't seem like it changes, does it? mean, it's gotta be something to do with this one. What if it's the knife? It's the knife from inside his car? I mean, either way, it's saying that, like, she would have had to have... It's the same thing. Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell lunchboxes for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? Bloody murder weapon, red car, all belonging to the prosecutor there. The defendant is the chief prosecutor for the district, right? Mommy or prosecutors? Wait, mommy? Did it not go off? Did the alert not go off? Raina, thanks for the 20 bits. I appreciate that. Did the alert not go off? Weird, right? Weird? I say weird? I'm gonna make sure that that alert goes off. Does alerts go off? How you doing, Raina? Thank you for the 20 bits. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. How you doing? How is your, how's your Thursday going? How's your Thursday going? Let's refresh the alerts. See if that... Let's try it again.
Groovy!
Oh, I fixed it. Being a genius. Did it go off? I swear I didn't hear it go off. If it... But thanks, Raina. Very kind of you. How is your day going? I hope you having the loveliest of days. Super groovy days. We're stressing here. We're stressing hard. We're trying to figure out cases. My brain is turning into spaghetti right now. As though I actually have something other than spaghetti. There's like a monkey in my brain just like smashing noodles together and they're like, I'm cooking! It's like, no, you're not cooking. You're just a dumb monkey. That's my brain. Fucking monkeys. Just throwing spaghetti on the inside of the brain like it's thinking. Spaghetti brain. That's exactly what I got. Spaghetti brain. Ye old spagooter brains. It's not good. It's not good. You do not want to have spaghetti for brains. What have you been gaming with? What have you been doing? Did you beat Kingdom Hearts? The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing? The murder weapon. Oh. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're gonna plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. Morgue! Order! 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 Great. Now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. Right? I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide had turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Ah, the prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. That's the only thing the prosecution need prove. Nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now? But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing... I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now? Angel's deduction. Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. Well, no, it wasn't again and again, it was just once, so that's what we're gonna poke the hole in, right? The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? They were exchanging, this was something they typically did, they were exchanging old files. So, if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. Maybe, I don't know, were you planning on killing the delivery boy? That would be rude. Honest guy intended to murder Detective Goodman. You've said that, but you haven't told us how you know. That's what I'm about to tell you, rookie. I believe what she just said was a mere prelude to the story she's about to tell. Try not to interrupt her again. Rookie. Never interrupt a storyteller. It's like pulling a bun out of the oven, half-baked. Something's half-baked here, all right, and it's you. Try not to confuse the defense witness. They're not very quick on their feet. Now, why did you believe the suspect had intentions to murder the victim? Her actions speak for themselves. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. You have no proof that Miss Skye called him there. You have no proof that she didn't. Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth, thoughts? There's no record of a call made on the defendant, Ms. Lana Skye's phone. She might have written him a letter. Come on, you could have tried public phone first at least. And it could have been a call from her office phone for sure. In any case, the victim came to the prosecutor's office where he was murdered. I'm sure he had a reason to be there. Witness? Why do you think it was the suspect who summoned the victim that day? I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. For what? What kind of grudge? Well, I wouldn't know that. Of course you don't. That's because she didn't have a grudge. Rookie. I have a lunchbox here. Now, what's inside? Human brains. How am I supposed to know? See? We agree there's a lunchbox here, but we don't know what's inside. A person's life is like a lunchbox with pretzels. No, box of chocolates. Stupid. Don't you agree? Why the pretzels? I get it. That's why my lunch was so salty. This judge isn't very good with metaphors. The suspect had a grudge against Detective Goodman. Will you tell us your basis for thinking this? It's simple. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. And we know her first testimony said stab once. Now it says multiple times. This is what we're picking the hole in, but we'll press her anyways. A human machine? That's a contradiction. Beep bop boop beep boop, I am a robot. Please. Can you find fault with something of substance, Mr. Wright? Note to self, Mr. Edgeworth's sigh smell like citrus fruit. You say again and again. How many times did you stab him exactly? We often say chop into 1,000 pieces, but we don't actually mean 1,000 pieces. What difference does it make if the deed is done? How come she's getting mad at me? Let's just say she stabbed him several times and leave it at that. Leave it at that? This is a murder case, people. Mr. Wright, you should speak up if you have an objection, you know. Mr. Starr, Ms. Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off. The short wit burns out the fastest. It's a scientific fact. I wonder, wouldn't it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, add more wax and even a really short wick will burn longer. Obviously, more scientific testing is required. Okay, you keep your science to yourself, little science child. Okay, so we know that it wasn't multiple. Now, don't do that again! God damn it. For some reason today, I can't remember what button is the present button. Present. Let us present. Now we can do the autopsy report. You say she stabbed him again and again? But you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Ms. Starr. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that the death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. Ah, you're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hug. He's my hero, really. No, I brought that forward. Not fucking Edgeworth. No, me, Phoenix Wright. Hunky Wright. Get away, child. What about my objection? No one noticed? Well, witness, you got the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. I always believed no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Spattered from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. Then tell us what you saw. Then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify. Testify! Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. Red muffler? She doesn't have a red muffler. Her red muffler? Isn't a muff like something like a boa? Or a scarf? Isn't that what a muff is? A red muffler? Yes, like a scarf. The chief prosecutor always wears one around her neck, so she can be easily hanged at a moment's notice, I suppose. He's right. But in the picture, she didn't have one. Ms. Skye was wearing a red scarf, wasn't she? But wait, isn't it odd that you mistook that for splattered blood? Well, people often mistake my beard for a bib. A judge with a bib. That's why this place feels so much like kindergarten sometimes. Actually, I do think I saw some traces of blood on her chest. However, the autopsy report is clear on this matter. There was only one knife wound. Apparently, Ms. Starr isn't entirely sure of her own testimony. Mr. Wright, this is our chance. Chance for what, I wonder? Ms. Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off. Short wit? Okay, you're just repeating stuff now. Okay, so we go to the end again. Her red muffler. We have the don't do press, do present. We have the photo. And the photo doesn't show her with a muffler, correct? I meant to look at it. Ms. Starr, I demand an explanation. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. Stop stealing my thunder, you piece of shit! And you've proved it yourself with this photograph. Huh? But that can't be! Only a professional lunch lady would be so utterly clueless. Damn. Get the cough up, queen. Get her. She gonna be coughing up something else, I'll tell you what. Congratulations. Perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there, a scarf. No, not that, but something red. Really? Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Very well. Witness, continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. If we've already picked apart the fact that she's made all these mistakes, then she's an unreliable witness and should be dismissed. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. The most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might just be the moment of truth. Apprehending the suspect. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. You are quite determined about this scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star. It wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. Nah. I mean, maybe? No thanks. Oh, you coward. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. It is true. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Arr! Very well, Mr. Wright. The cross-examination, if you will. A leopard woman, you say? After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. So where is this partition on the floor plans? I'm sure she means this wall next to the car. That's right. There was a wall there, about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. You say quickly? Were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her for more details. Yeah, press her. I'd like to see this on the floor plans just to be safe. The Lunchland car was... She was a visitor, thus she parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here? That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Ms. Starr? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing. The cough-up queen, lunch lady, athlete indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence. So she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, the fence was about 9 feet high, too. So how did Miss Sky not get away? Ah, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. She mentioned the muffler? What exactly did she say? I remember exactly. I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. Just that one word? So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else. Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. We have her phone. Her phone? She can't mean... Ask further. By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately? My memory? It's like a salmon, heading upstream, you see. No, the courtroom doesn't see Ms. Starr. The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? That's right. Near the car, there was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently it was out of order. And so she used her cell phone? Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing? Never happened to good testifying. You should of course add this to your testimony. The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. The word muffler was overheard during a call made to Emma at 5:18. I saw it all. How she tried the phone on the wall, but had to use her cell instead. You think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha! I was gonna ask the same thing. I'll only say this one time, so listen close, rookies. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then, she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. How could she see her pick up the phone on the other side of the wall if she was standing over there? And busy climbing over the fence. So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. We found the cell phone over by the car, though. And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. Then, when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this. What is it, Mr. Wright? The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. She made to escape. Can you be more specific? She brushed aside my hand and ran. It was a terrible sight to see, like a dollop of lard on a pâté of foie gras. Huh? She even kicked over an oil drum at me, which was on the other side of the wall. An oil drum? There was an oil drum lying on its side at the scene of the crime. But it's strange. What's that? If she wanted to escape, why didn't she run the other way? The other? Ah, the parking lot entrance. That's right. It doesn't make any sense that she would run from behind the partition to the oil drums. Excellent. More mysteries. I wish we could solve a few before finding more, though. So, Miss Sky tried to run. I'm sorry my sister's so suspicious, Mr. Wright. Not as sorry as I am. But she didn't do it. You have to believe me. Okay. Okay, but we found her phone somewhere else, right? We actually found her phone somewhere else. No, this isn't it. God damn it. We found her phone by the car. And there's no way she could have seen any of this. Do we present the map? We present the map. My fault. Okay. Ms. Star, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Ms. Lana Sky. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. She could have worked with Sky before. I mean, there's a reason why she hates prosecutors, right? She could have worked with Ms. Sky before and definitely had something against her already. Her testimony could be definitely biased because maybe somewhere in the past something happened, right? Between the two of them. Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Here we go. Well, Ms. Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Ms. Sky making that phone call, as I had stated. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. Order! What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch, she's coughing up lies. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question? Tell us exactly what lie this court has told the... Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about... I mean, obviously what she saw, where she saw it, and the order of events. I mean, fuck me, dude. It could be, like, literally any of these. Where she saw it? She could have been, I don't know how, but she could have been in the security office, right? How about the order of events? She lied about the order of events. Ms. Sky used that emergency phone before the murder. I see. I hadn't thought of that. That took the wind out of her sails. Mr. Wright, I hate to bother you while you're celebrating your victory, but why would anyone use the emergency phone before the murder? No, shut up. Huh? Just when you think he can't sink any lower, he amazes us. I applaud you, Mr. Wright. You ordered the orange peel lunchbox, right? I guess that teaches me to not get excited before the evidence. One more try. Okay, so it wasn't that one. I see it in your eyes. You haven't learned your lesson, have you? Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. I guess it was where she saw it. Ms. Sky tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Ms. Star to lie about it. Pointless to lie? I see. But, say the witness did actually see Ms. Sky using the emergency phone. It would mean Ms. Star witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now, that's a pointless lie if I ever heard it. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just, where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard until now points in one direction. The place where Ms. Star witnessed the crime was here. But she had a photo down here, so it's absurd, but you could see everything from the security room, so... I don't know how she gets the photo from the other side, but it's gotta be here, right? This is the only place where she could have been. The security guard room? Indeed, the security room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor, so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Ms. Starr, how many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today, a man has got the better of Angel Starr. Order, order, witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished, and I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty? Is she talking about Ms. Sky? Mr. Wright? Doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Ms. Starr lie? It doesn't make sense. Huh. She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. Yeah, but okay, so how did this photograph, if she saw everything from the security station, how did she get this photograph, though? Did she set it up? She could have, like, maybe put the camera on a timer on the other side of it. It could be a setup photo. I guess that's the point. Like, the photo was this was all a setup then. Yeah? Because obviously we're thinking that Lana didn't kill, she wasn't the murderer. She was just caught there. It was premeditated, just in a very different way. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. Well, no. It doesn't show the defendant stabbing the victim or the actual victim. It shows neither. And since it's black and white, you can't really tell what's on the collar, right? That truth still stands. It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is to be found lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So, tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? No, it's not my job to do that. Stop putting that shit on me. Who else? I don't know her rationale. Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Ms. Starr witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference, but what would change? Difference in lighting. Angle of view of the crime. Obviously, distance to the crime. Well, angle of the view. Why the angle at which she saw the crime occur would change. The angle? What do you mean? Well, the security guard station's on the second floor, and, she would have sort of a more 3D view of the crime? And this is important, why? That was bad. I would like to reconsider. Ms. Starr witnessed the crime from the security guard station. She lied and said she saw it from B block. Must make a vital difference, but what would change? Distance? No, that's not it. The lighting? Changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. My condolences, Mr. Wright. But one, look at the floor plans, and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. I mean, she would either climb over a fence or she would have to go downstairs and into the garage. Ms. Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Ms. Sky? Well, witness? You... Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? Quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. That's why I had to go through the visitors' parking in B block. It's quite a detour. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes? This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. I have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? Raise an objection.
Objection!
5 minutes between witnessing of the murder and the arrest? Think about it. You can make pasta in that amount of time. If you like it al dente. I've got lunch boxes that tie pasta into knots, rookie. A 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange. If you were a criminal, what would you do with your 5 minutes? What would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run. But this time was different. Ms. Sky dawdled at the scene of the crime. She had even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Yeah! Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go? Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. I can't believe we did it. That was hard. There was some really weird logic in that one. Weird logic tying things together. That was too close. I'm afraid that the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist off on me. I prefer to not take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Ms. Starr. Ah. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Woohoo! A triple-decker! Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she gonna pull out of her lunchbox this time? Decisive evidence. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Ms. Lana Sky. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. What? There was blood found on that shoe? Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple, as I've already said. I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed? Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Oh, we've been doing that this entire time. What the hell are you talking about? In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Yeah, we've won cases on evidence we did not show the police. It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, the shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law. Really? The prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. Victim's shoe. White enamel shoe bears traces of blood from Goodman and Lana Skye. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Decisive evidence. Oh boy. Now, why would Edgeworth object to it, though? Isn't he the prosecutor? I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. Why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. This is when the suspect is admitting she did it. The false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Ms. Starr. It's perjury. It's actual perjury. So many of these witnesses have perjured themselves and they're just like, oh yeah, retestify. Let's just get this over with. And now the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? And you found the shoe at the scene of the crime? I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So, like an ill-trained pooch who snuck off with the shoe, I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. This shoe was my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen. I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you remove valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. It's also a crime. It's tampering with evidence. Now, tell us what you did next. 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One was, of course, the victim's. So you brought it to the forensics department? If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it approved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert. She got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed after all. And that blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman? As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. The other blood type matched that of the defendant, Ms. Lana Skye. You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. Why not? You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie? Huh? Well, speak up. Well, blood comes in 4 types. A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood. That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there, which means that we can more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just one person. Or so I hear. That's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. Right. But they said there's very little doubt it could be anyone's but Ms. Lana Skye's. So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe. I feel like you should do DNA testing. That's what I thought when they said blood type testing. I didn't think that they meant something different. That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid he was going to say that. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. Can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client. she's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe? A problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? Fuck if I know. Yeah, there's a problem. I'm not imagining things. I'd say there's one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence. It's on the bottom. I'm just now seeing this. What?
Take that!
I wonder if you notice. There's blood on the bottom of the shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie. Or it'll be blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about blood on the bottom of the shoe? There's no blood on the ground? In the photo? Right? We never saw blood on the ground. Yeah? Alright, I'm presenting that. The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Aha! I'm a genius. I'm just gonna say I'm a genius. As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about this shoe. This picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. There weren't. I was at the scene. Then, where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Order! 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 Well, witness? What? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh, that's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Little girl, you gotta learn to shut your fucking pie hole, man. You're just causing more problems. Don't say these things out loud so people can hear you. Write them down in a note to me and slide it to me on the table. Think, Mr. Wright. Think. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There is one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. A predator, that one. A leopard woman. Rawr! I thought that was a strange thing for the normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum. Was it empty? Oh, that? Not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness. Well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. That would be really fucking hard to kick over if it was filled with water. You understand how hard that would be to pull up? What are those, like 50-gallon drums? Those are really heavy. And in case you didn't know, water weighs a lot. Trying to knock over a 50-gallon drum with just, I don't know, man. It'd take a lot of effort. I don't think you're just bumping into that and it's falling over. The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? Aha! You don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her. That ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoes tie her quite clearly to this murder, but it was elevated. You can see that her foot is higher up. It was elevated. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoe tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. That reminds me, Miss Skye's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she'd cut herself when she stabbed him? Yes, I said that a long time ago. So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Mr. Wright, do something, please. What? What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it. But... Enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Star is on the prosecution side. She could have been lying about the water. This court finds the defendant, Ms. Lana Skye... Hold it! Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well... I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are, demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox? A lunchbox called evidence? Wait. Witness, don't tell me you have something else. The time for deliberations is past. Clearly not. Any further comments, and you'll be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen. Look at this! A photograph? I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. I see no room for error in this evidence. Mr. Wright, wait. Look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. I'm sorry, Mia. Right, wet or not, Don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Right, there was an elevation there. Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. This is the last piece of evidence. Very well. This time, I'd like to declare a verdict for good.
Objection!
Your Honor? Wait. What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it'll be too late. Look at this photograph. The last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, Wright, are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah. I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the problem in the photograph. It's the muffler, right? It's the muffler. She said muffler, right? So, muffler.
Take that!
The problem in this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor? You just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or a scarf of any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also a part on a car or a motorcycle, Your Honor. I don't think the judge should be a judge. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system. A pipe. I see, and I see. How do you not know that? What's that suspicious-looking claw sticking out of the car's muffler? So what if there's something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Objection!
Sorry, Ms. Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to this case. I don't fucking know. Because of the phone.
Take that!
Ms. Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler. Arr! Yar! Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Oh! Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend? I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once, and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Whew. That was close. But we made it. At least for now. This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. He's still hungry. We did it. Oh, that was wild and intense. February 23rd, 11:56 a.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby, number 2. Mr. Wright? Huh. What? Are trials always like this with you? Like, you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there. Pretty much. Except today, we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner! They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. Officer Marshall. Thought I'd come take a look, see it how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. We've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now, don't that just beat all? I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day, too. I saw, she was wearing a red muffler. What? At the awards ceremony that afternoon. Edgeworth's seen it too, I'd reckon. What does that mean? I mean, you can take things off. Maybe she got back and took it off. In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So, Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. And sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee! February 23rd, 12:32 p.m. District Court, room number 9. I'd like to resume? What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue. Your lips are purple. You're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused. You're doubled over. Your back is bent. It can't be. This can't happen. Wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it's time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conducted an investigation. This is unacceptable. Seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me. Knock knock? Who's there? Who the fuck is this guy? What's with this guy? A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. What on earth is he? He's a clown? Ah, it's you. Oh! Sorry I'm late, G. The roads were packed. It's just me. Long time no see, eh, G? How you been? Swim much these days? Hello. No, I've been busy. G. Busy? Busy smizzy, G, my boy. You have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. G. Seems to be his nickname for the judge? I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Aha! You're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks? So sorry about our little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly! Little worthy? Mr. Wright. You don't know the district chief of police? Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. No. Name's Gam. Damon Gam. Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So, Miss Starr wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think that it was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. On Little Worthy's car, no less. Yeah, why was that? Really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this? It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth? How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I've no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document, where it says, Person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature, is there? Miles Edgeworth? That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure. I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point it at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. I want to open it. No, let me do it. I want to do it. Okay, can we look at the evidence, though? I want to look at this. There's a small tag on this knife. It seems to say SL9 too. Okay, so SL9 is what was on that memo. Yes? Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. So this is evidence from a previous case. What does that mean? Well, I've heard something similar. DL6 of DL6 incident fame. But it's strange. Huh, what is it? I'm not certain, but I get a feeling I've seen this somewhere before. Letters like this, or letters that looked a lot like this somehow. Yeah, I've already figured it out. Because if we look at it upside down, it looks like 6, 7, S. Is there anything else on here that we want to check out? No? Ah! Don't scare me like that! And the tip is broken. There is blood on it. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? Switchblade knife. Found at this crime scene. Wrapped in the defendant's muffler. Small tag attached. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us? About the split between the prosecutors and the police? And this knife? Sure thing, not a problem. Not even a little one, really. Department in disorder. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman, which we have. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See? What a mess. The time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. Okay, so that's where we're going to bring up whatever the memo is. There was a murder at the police department? A detective? That's hush-hush information, Udgy. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a second. You said 5:15? That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order. Anyway, we at the department were all aflustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright? 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. Remember at the beginning of the game, we saw that like 2 different murders happened. They did the scene and then like there were 2 buildings and it zoomed out. The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well, however, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Department in disorder. Let's go. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Excuse me. Special? Mm-hmm. Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else. Might that special thing be this little tag? Oh, sorry, Righto, but I can say that now. Not that. We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the scene of the crime? It's quite a mystery. And like a mystery, it's wrapped in something. A muffler. Plus, there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman, which we have. But let's listen to everything he has to say. May be helpful in the future. This knife was found on the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on at the department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto. Maybe there's something about the knife that'll give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can, Righto. Evidence that links this knife to Detective Goodman. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. I should try presenting the piece of evidence that's had me stumped all this time. So, how are things done down at the department? That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. Something happened at the police department too, huh? You got a good look in your eyes there, Righto, my boy. Sharp? Hungry? So, something did happen. Why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter. I understand. You were busy. What with Lana's case and all. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? A detective was killed at the police department. See? What a mess. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Udgy? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Did you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto. I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case. Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing, and only one thing. What would be helpful to me? Where the victim was found. We know he was in the police station. We don't know where exactly. Could have been the evidence room, right? How the victim was killed. When the victim died. Well, we know when they died. It was at the exact same time. They were stabbed, so how about where? So, tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. Evidence room? You wouldn't know about the evidence room, would you, Righto? I can't say I've heard of it. Oh my god. Yes, of course you have. You've been in one. Guess I should ask again once I learn a bit more about this evidence room. There's something stranger about this than the place where the body was found. Time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? 5:15? But that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office. What? Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place, and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances? Coincidence? This is just my gut feeling, but I'd say there's a 0.001% chance of that happening. Chief Gamp, please tell us more about the incident. It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. How can you say there's no connection? How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, Righto. You understand. Try to understand, Righto. Well, if you can prove there's a connection, more power to you. Maybe there's something that ties the two murders together. Whatever it is, I better find it and get to the bottom of this. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15. One at the prosecutor's office, and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife. What was it doing there? Better check this knife out. Alright, we already know what we need to do. Now, can we get him to, like, talk to us again? Where was that? Was it this one? Alright. One thing. Well, we know when the victim... Oh, when the victim died? How about how the victim was killed? Well, how was the detective killed? How was he killed? Now that's the interesting part. It was what we in the forest call a stabbing with a knife. A knife? That's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit we're cooking now. Do you know? But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What do you mean? There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. Seems like I'm gonna have to press this a bit harder. Okay, well, let's just present... maybe we're not gonna get any more. So, let's go back here to... Unless there's evidence to prove a connection. We have this. So let's just present this. I don't think that they're gonna let me look at this. Right, so it's this. This is the evidence. So let's just present it. Wait a second. At last, an honest-to-goodness objection. This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Aha! An honest-to-goodness, what do you mean from Udgy? This is great. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL92. And this is important? Why? Over here, we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7s, 12, 2. You're on. It's upside down. Upside... The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But, turn it around, and what do you get? Ha! Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing that's written on the knife's tag. Order. Well, Chief? Ah, well. I guess the cat's out the bag. You win, Righto. I win? What game is this guy playing? The knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. So, this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say. Was it, in fact, a murder weapon? Nice! Good show, Little Worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. Something happened at the police department too, huh? Got a good look in your eyes there, Righto, my boy. Sharp, hungry. So, something did happen. Why wasn't I informed, right? Is this the same thing? A detective was killed. What a mess. On the same day the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Udgy? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? You have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested. That was quick. Alright, this is all the same. There's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto? Suppose I could help, if you help me by giving me data on your case. Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. Tell you one thing only. Alright, when the victim died. So, when did the murder at the police department occur? Now, that's a sharp question, Righto. Very sharp. Well, my boy, you're gonna love this. The time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? 5:15? But that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office. What? Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time? What are the chances? Alright, this is all the same. Coincidence? It's just my gut feeling. I'd say there's, right, a 1/1000th of a chance. Chief Gant, please, tell us more about this incident. How can you say there's no connection? How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, Righto, you understand? Try to understand, Righto. Well, if you can prove there's a connection, more power to you. Maybe there's something that ties the two murders together. Whatever it is, I better find it and get to the bottom. I did! 2 detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office, one at the police department. It can't be a coincidence. And that knife. What's it doing there? Better check this knife out. Right, I literally did that. I thought that was it. I thought we had done it. So, do I just present the same evidence again? Or just show it to you? Show them the goods? No, don't do that. God damn it. I'm so very confused. It's not officially linked. But it is? Through the evidence that I showed you? All of it? Right. Isn't that all I need? The knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. Right. So that's the, how do I, this is the, this is stupid. I have the knife. What more do you want? Time of the crime? Do I just keep going down here and pressing them? I've heard of that. Okay, wait a second. I've heard of that. Now he knows about the evidence room? The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? The knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's the connection between the two cases. We already knew that. This is so stupid. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. So, what? Do I just press him? Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say? Well, how then, Righto? What's your connection? Yes, how then, Mr. Wright? The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you just deduced right here. It's only been 1 day, though. It happened yesterday. How did it take them 2 days? Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What, really? Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? If you're gonna tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. Well, the victim's ID number could be helpful, right? Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 58422189. Well, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 8, 2, I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? The ID number of the victim at the police department is 5842189. This does tell me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning? Has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you? Well, it's this 58422189 is Gorby's, whatever his name was, Goodman. Witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. Oh, no! No, It's just I got confused. And this is news? Just come out with both guns blazing like you always do. The police department, the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh ho, is it yours? No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney. Remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. And this means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. Dude, did they pull like a Weekend at Bernie's thing? He was killed at the police station and then they dragged his corpse over to where where Edgeworth's car was parked? That started with 82. I forgot. You didn't even get the first number right again. The number the chief of police gave us was 5842189. Wait a second, Wright. What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh, ho, ho, sharp as a tack, Righto. Sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department. In the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what we're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time? And in completely different locations? Order, order, order! Chief, what does this mean? No, what I want to know is why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Now just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error. Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How? How dare... We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news? Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! It was the goofball that showed up. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I am here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. You don't mean him? According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me... He said that report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Gah! Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. Like someone else we know. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then I... No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy. What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. Yeah, no shit. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Righto over here. Good job, Righto, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. No. No! It seems we have to come to the end of this trial. It seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors? You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. It's the last thing I do. You'd better get results this time. Really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned. Some of the way they're doing it differently, which is not a bad thing, the way they're like trying to like force you to make connections and stuff, but some of it does feel a little hoop jumpy. I don't want to say completely moon logic, but there is some things that just don't really jive real well. Like, there's not something that outright screams, this is like a logical connection. It does feel a little like we're jumping through hoops a little bit for the sake of like trying to make it obscure, you know, and hard. I'm sorry. Most of it's been fine. Most of it's been fine. It really was what Angel Star was doing. Some of her, like that first like testimony of hers in trying to like make something from that felt a little too kind of like, this is hard because we're really hiding this from you. And the connections just didn't feel good to me. But maybe that's because I got spaghetti brain. Hey Teak, how you doing, dude? How goes it? How the goes it? You doing all right today? It does feel like some of the connections are a little bit stretched thin. A little bit. I'm up at stupid o'clock because I gotta cover something in a half hour. Good luck. Good luck. 7 a.m. Well, I guess it's almost 7 a.m. for you. Yeah, it's early, man. That's some early shit, man. That's some real early shit. But yeah, I guess that's gonna have to do it for us today. Good luck with your coverage, you know. Hopefully you could get home and get some sleepage too, you know. All right, let's see here. Who can we go raid this morning? We can go see Pacific Drive or Red Dead Redemption. I'm not entirely sure what Pacific Drive is. I think I know what it is, but I'm not entirely sure. Maybe we'll go check that out. Maybe we'll go check that out. All right, guys. Let's go on a raid. And, oops. I did a boo-boo. There we go. And there we go. All right. Let's go raid. I will be back tonight, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I genuinely appreciate it. That was my computer. Enjoy your mornings, afternoons, evenings, whatever you all have going on today. Have beautiful and wonderful Thursdays. Stay safe. It's really cold out here, man. It's freaking chilly as hell. It was like, it got to like 30 degrees yesterday, which is like below freezing still. It was chilly today. And yesterday. Well, yesterday. And today, though. It's cold. I got my, like, hoodie on and stuff. It's cold. It's cold. Even though this room is supposed to be super heated because of computer and shit, you know, it's pretty chilly in here still. But thank you all for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. I will be back tonight. We will keep playing more Phoenix Wright. Hopefully we'll finish up episode 5. I got to imagine we will. But we got really stumped in trial today. We got really stumped. There was definitely some, like, hard logical connections. I think we sat there for, like, a half hour, me just scratching my head going, like, I don't know what to do. Just trying to deduce things. Little donkey on a treadmill kept tripping over himself. You know, that's not good. But we're going to go raid Darby. She is currently playing through Pacific Drive. Let's go check it out. I'm not entirely sure exactly what kind of game it is, so let's find out. Peace out, nerds. Enjoy your Thursday.